Oh my goodness. Mates. How's it going? Oh my goodness. Oh shit, see it's still there. See if I double tap, that'll fix it. Oh my goodness. Welcome everybody. Anybody's coming in and or lurking, rocking, rolling, ripping, rhyming. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there we go. Oh, guys, today is the last day of Jamtown for December. I decided to maximize enjoyment. I will remove all expectations from myself and just be chill. Nah, I mean, really, we tested out the Fat Men. They need to be tuned some more. But from what I was told by Cat and Cog, who owns one, has built one, I think more than one, honestly. And then they've also went and talked to the developer. What is that? Oh, weird. He went and talked to the developer about the about tuning it and so forth, and they went through and explained like a much more pardon me, a much more elaborate way of doing it, which was kind of what I thought I was doing, but I don't know, maybe this 50 of one, 50 of the other. Ah, oh, darn it, that channel's going out. Keeps. It's a weird issue. So that I might have found something wrong with this audio interface. Because I keep having channels drop out, but if I move the knobs, they come back in. Everything's all software controlled, so I wonder if those knobs are... Hey! Frag! MCP Pants is hizzy. In his house. He and the hizzy, he and the drizzy. He got it all. I've got his posters up and everything. It's good. This is all good. How's it going? Good to see you, mate. Alright, so we'll take the Focusrite apart next week, and I'll assess those pots, but that's the only thing I can find broken with it. All the problems that the client listed, I've been able to fix by RTFM, which is really rude, but I mean, seriously, there's a giant sticker on the top of this thing that tells you exactly how you need to power up the FireWire and how it's not hot swappable. And all the problems that I've gotten from that person have all been, I've been able to replicate it by forgetting about that and hot swapping it. And it doesn't behave right. It doesn't power up. What was the other thing? I figured out what the input issue is. Sometimes it just won't won't boot up, and you have to like toggle the clock in the software, which is dumb as hell, but I didn't build this damn thing. Focusrite did. But I mean, when the inputs don't work, I just toggle the sample rate and it kicks back in. I don't even have to put it to a sample rate. It just has to get it locked. And it doesn't have a internal word clock light or anything that's locked on, but I don't know. Yo, Nightworks!
We squad, the Heat Squad.
I was transformed into a zombie fly. You know how much life sucks when... Oh, yeah. I was transformed into a zombie fly. You know how much life sucks when you're a zombie fly? Do you? Do you? Man, you don't know anything.
You're right.
Zombie life is hard. I can't really do, I don't feel like I do his voice very good justice. Also, too, I find most voices that I try to do involve me just shouting. That's how you do the voice, you shout. Soft refreshes ongoingly. Alright. Oh, well, good to see you guys. No one can be. Well, yeah. MC Chris, that's who I was trying to think of his name. Yeah, that guy's pretty amazing, right? Kind of a obscure nobody 20 years ago, and now he's, you know, he's the father of nerdcore, which I think is the rap about sci-fi and stuff like that. If that's nerdcore, it could be something different now. I thought I knew what a dab was. I don't know shit. It's a dance move? Like, what? Is it like a good one? No, it's just that? How do you even do that with someone? Isn't that like what John Travolta did? No. I do know, I wouldn't say like a ton about mathcore, but it is a genre that I have listened to extensively. Primarily, like Dillinger Escape Plan, and is probably one of my favorite mathcore bands. If you're talking about hardcore, I like Dillinger, I like Converge, of course. I mean, you kind of have to. You know, if you like rock and roll, you kind of have to like the Beatles, or, you know, too. You have to like, you know, whatever. I've actually seen Converge a couple times. It's another good mathcore band. I used to listen to quite a bit a while back. Now, nerdcore now, I only know MC Chris. I think that's almost enough for me, to be honest. Although, MF Doom, he kind of did some stuff that would fall into that realm. MC Router. Oh, I don't know that one. Is that a real name? That's great.
MC Router, man. I got his poster and everything. We went on the TV show and we TiVo'd that guy, and he said that he dropped an F-bomb. He said, I got a fart. And I was like, oh my God. He dropping F-bombs everywhere.
What is this cable for? Is this... This does nothing for me. I don't know what we're listening to. This is called Monique's Last Dance. She has a life bar tattooed on her neckline. Wait, what? Jesus. That's insane. That's dedication. Yeah, Google MC router in the... Okay. Alright. The image searcher. Oops. Did I spell that right? I'm not seeing it. Oh, wait. Because it auto-corrected me. That doesn't help. Oh my god. Okay. I think I maybe have found who you're speaking of. Interesting. Mix up the mix. Now here's the address. It's 612 Wolf Avenue. I did. That's what I had to do to find anything. The other way just was like confused the fuck out of Google. Like, wait, what? No, you meant this. You meant this. And I'm looking at like dresses. I'm like, what the hell's going on? All right. Speaking of what the hell's going on, since 2010. Let me make sure this is all plugged in nice and tight, because I keep having weird issues with this vomit of cables. Okay.
Looks good.
Yeah, guys. Thanks for chilling today. Welcome in. I have no idea what to do. We could write some patches on this. I'm kind of beyond that. I got to tell you, I'm not like really a big fan of this Korg Radias. Granted, I don't have a financial investment or I don't know, any sort of investment to really put a ton of time into trying to learn how to make cool. And here, we'll look at it again. We even went through its presets, and they're all right. I mean, there's like, if I just wanted some strings pads, we'll go with that. It does great. It holds up pretty good against everybody else, so that's not so bad, but yeah, that's it. It didn't do any, like, I was hoping to run across some, like the cat who has this, you know, I don't know, but I think that they bought this around the time that they were really getting into jungle and drum and bass. So I was like, oh, cool, maybe this has some cool bass line, you know, or at least top end bass or something like that, and then you know, double it with a sine wave. Oh, no, couldn't find anything I really liked. Got bored like halfway into it too. It's just not. I mean, I'm not being critical of the device, of the instrument at all. It is what all my criticisms are purely subjective, and they're uneducated. You know, I barely learned how half this thing works. So again, I'm not pooping on this thing, but man, I can't say I like it. It doesn't grab me like I was really hoping it would. That's a large commitment to space it takes up just to do strings. Sounds like a Roland Gaia. Yeah, I just... Well, and it's, you know, I had no intention of buying this off of them or anything like that. I'm just... You know, we've had it for 3 going on 4 days. And, you know, I tried to write patches every one of those days, and we only have like 2 patches in there. And I part of that first day was just because I was ignorant operator, and then the rest of the time was just like, once I started getting into it, I was like, oh, so that's it? That's what it has? Oh. Okay. Sequencer kind of looks kind of cool, but I don't really want to use it. You know, and there's, you know, they're like, you have these set up for different things too. It's, I don't know, it's, oh, now we got page enabled. So now I can, well, so you learn something new every half hour on the hour. We didn't even check out the vocoder, but I mean, the Disting has actually a pretty dope vocoder, to be honest with you. It sounds really good. I'm sure this one sounds great, but I don't care enough to try to rig up another microphone going into it based out of a channel aux. No thanks. I'm sure it's awesome. And who knows, it may be a while before they come and pick this up. We may have this for next month. And we can chill with it then, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. I just was kind of disappointed with it. But, you know, that it is an old keyboard, and I'm pretty disappointed whenever I use like a digital synth anyways, because it doesn't sound as big to what I'm used to. So I'm often like, oh yeah, okay. But I thought this Korg wouldn't let me down, to be honest, because Korg I rarely have that problem with. They usually sound alright, but you know, at the same time, my Z1, I've been debating getting rid of it for years because I don't play it, and it just, the reason I don't play it is because it sounds so puny. It just doesn't have any doesn't have any of that, and that makes it lonely. So you can put pretty notes into it, and it's cool with it. I think we're also listening to... No, we're just listening to that. I don't know why we're not listening to the other guy, because I think it just turned down too low. Yeah, there it is. Yo, shit, woof! Coming in with the scope and SATA. I just got done pooping on one of my favorite companies. I feel bad, but, you know, I'm over it too, because it's just a thing. Everybody makes a thing. The guy is powerful under the hood, 3 os, and you can FM them. You can FM them, but the os has to have it programmed with all the same pot sliders, so you need to switch between them. Not a fan. Yeah. Roland and Bose. Yeah, you're a big Roland fan? Right on. Yeah, I haven't really used anything from them in a long time. See, we could make a sound that sticks out, but it's just like... We sat and made our way back home. Although I wasn't there. No, wait, I don't know the notes. And I don't remember the lyrics well enough. Just hate menu diving. Yeah, I'm not interested at it at all. I don't want to read a screen. I'd rather read a layout. So that's what interested me with this, but yeah, when I tried to just use the layout, I was like crippled. And then once I found the menu, I was like, oh, so there's a bunch of shit in here you just don't see. Or maybe it could be operator error still, because I may not be understanding certain setups and nomenclatures and stuff like that. Drive. Did you buy that or fixing? This is something we worked on last week. It's a friend of mine, it's actually another streamer actually too, but he's a friend of mine and observer, and he brought this in, and he said it didn't work. I think the story which explains everything is he had this in storage and he went to take it out. It fell, got this nice dent here, and he plugged it in, and this thing has like basically this acts like a little keyboard, and so he plugged it in, hit the keyboard keys, didn't hear anything come out, was like, oh crap, it broke. We get it. I hit demo song, and I hear music, and then we eventually heard music out of there, and just couldn't get and I could send it MIDI. We just couldn't get this keyboard to work. Went into the global settings. He's gonna hate me for pointing this out over and over. Went to the global settings, turned local control back on, then the keyboard started working. It was most likely they had it disabled in the last way they had it set up, and they didn't think about that, and they didn't have a keyboard on hand to test it, and they didn't, you never think about the demo song, because that thing is atrocious. All the time it's atrocious songs. I have a D110 with Flight of the Bumblebee. It's so atrocious. But anyways, I think that's what happened, was they just forgot that they had it, and that's set up in their old MIDI, and that's a real common thing. Local control basically sets it up so when you press a button or you do any type of although it's weird because all the knobs worked, I didn't get that, but if you press like a button or whatever, all those always send MIDI, and that way you can record it into your DAW. But if you have it in any sort of loopback scenario where your DAW you're going to be recording and playing back from the same device, an easy thing to do is to turn local control off and have it auto loop on your DAW. So when you select that channel, you can play these keys, and it'll loop right back in. If you don't, and sometimes you don't even have to. Sometimes Gear's smart enough to work around it, but it will create a double effect, and you'll be like, ding, ding, and you'll think there's some sort of delay effect or something dumb, and then you'll figure out it's local control. And that is most likely what happened here, but it was, like I said, I think it was in storage, and they just plumb forgot. Nice, easy fix. Now you just need a Vice Grips Big Mount. Yeah, I told him you could fix this part. I'm not gonna... Yeah, I was thinking some channel locks. And, some pads, maybe. I guess I could give them some... I have some, like, really thick foam that I use to grip stuff I don't want to scratch. You eventually can tear it up, but you can also get more when you order circuits and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think this thing is terrible. I probably need to learn more, but I went through the presets and I just wasn't really that jazzed. But you know, it kind of feels like it has a bit of a... For example, one thing I noticed that the high ends sound really like too high and they kind of hurt. And I had to turn the volume down, but then that wouldn't work with the low end. And so that was odd. I mean, there is a built-in EQ and everything like that, but I mean, that's weird. That's a weird, annoying artifact. What was that tonight? Smirtual analog, yeah. I don't know. It just kind of bugged me when I was trying to use saws, and usually saws are pretty warm. That was the first patches I made because I'm like, oh well, saws, they always sound good. They always cut through, and you can't really fuck that up. I guess you kind of can. That one sounds good, though. But if we go up pretty high... That's fairly even. Of course, I'm not holding out the notes. Yeah. And it has that... I don't know where that kind of... I don't know if that's from the reverb effect or what, but there's like a little bit of a... I don't know what that is. Doesn't sound yummy. It sounds very like it's some sort of granular effect, which may or may not be on, and I don't know it. It says I have a wave shaper. I think that's... Oh, it's in the amplifier? Drive, different off. Oh, so that's a separate effect that I guess does have. Oh yeah, that's right. Driver wave shaper, and then doesn't seem to really do anything on this effect. Lurkin', rockin'. That's some nice... I kind of like that sound. Here, I'm going to save it to this one. I'm going to keep going from it. Maybe it'll sound better. I don't know. Make sure we're in the right editor here, so... that's the original. Not very different. So we'll go ahead and edit it up a little bit. Try a triangle. Turn this amp down. Yeah, I don't hear. Is that a whole amp? No. Okay, that's good to know. Wish this had like an auto mute select thing. Alright, so nothing's coming out of this output. Which is weird. There it is. Oh man, I just got my sugar on the brain. Oh man. Yeah, it sounds like an alarm. Yeah, it's off Chaostrophe. It's a good record. That's good. Alright. Yeah, I can't help it. I don't know what's wrong. I gotta listen to some Meshuggah. Maybe that'll be my my New Year's soundtrack or something. We'll see. I don't like the... Ah, that's the wave shaper. Let's try drive. Yeah, I like that better. It's alright. Alright, so that's one voice. Let me turn it down a little bit. And now I'm going to go to the other one. That's not so bad. Oh yeah, let me check that bill. That sounds alright. I don't know what it is. Like space harp? Harpsichord? That's... I'm gonna call that. That's gonna be my space harpsichord. Alright, let me compare it to the one I have. Yeah, very different. Cool. Any modules come to mind for an LFO with a CV input, possibly a reset as well? Man, I don't know on the RAWK too much. I think 4MS makes a couple of really good LFOs with functions like that, so you might you might check them out on Modular Grid. The only ones you have are the Dofers. Pots for rate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I have this LFO, the Cucamonga, which has a volt to octave. And it has a trigger, and I think it has a reset, too. Well, it has a wave sync, which would act as a reset. And it's pretty nice. I haven't used it. We just kind of got it working, like about a couple months back. But I'm gonna name this patch real quick, and now we'll have 3 patches written. But I call this space hops accord. Yes. Don't know if there's enough letters, and I don't want to count. Oh shit, I hit the wrong page. Oh, look at that. It's like half there. Wait. Oh, that says. Oh. Oh, you know, if you're looking for a DIY LFO, I've built 2 of the Frequency Centrals wave runners, and they're not too bad. They have so they may not be exactly what you're looking for, but their tempo is sync driven, so you could sync it up to an external clock. It also outputs whatever that clock mount is, and you can use the, it has like a division thing for the speed, like a multiplier, and I believe the clock out works with whatever that is, so you it can act as a divider multiplier. And then it has a built-in VCA as well, that's, you can open and close it. Hey, enjoy! Let's go! Welcome in. Better than my dumb names. A lot of the time I label them as how I was feeling at the time or what I did. Yeah. Well, they're going to someone else, so I'm trying to be semi. I guess I could have put space harp with a space. That's so fucking stupid sounding. Let's do that. I'm gonna do it. It's too late. It's already happening. Oh no, you can't. I know. It's already happening. Harp. Oh no, what happened? Oh, did I say something happened? I was being silly if I did. I can't recall. Nothing happened because we'll just call it a space harp. That sounds cool. Let's call it a space harp. Just let it go. Just leave it be. Oops. Alright. Mix it out. Oh, the stream's... God, bloody hell. I keep hearing people saying they're having trouble. I haven't been on Twitch personally that much. I've been trying to get some fucking sleep. That sounds great. I imagine put the clock in and the length and it does the rest. Yeah, it basically times it off the clock, and you have like a little multiplier. There is still the tempo knob, and it actually kind of acts like a jogger. So if you need it to jog forward or back, you can kind of turn it and it'll skip, and then you can put it back to center and it'll behave normal. But if you turn it forward from center, it acts like it skips forward. I may be wrong, but that's what I've been using it for, is to jog it back and forth if I want to move the cycle. But yeah, no, it's really inexpensive and it's a good DIY project to build. And I really have been impressed with Frequency Central. I kind of want to get a bunch more stuff from them. They have some weird crap I'd really like to get. I'm kind of more, you know I am. I like the weird stuff. But then I also need a lot of practical things. Like, I could use a lot more envelopes. Hey, Control Alt Delete. You getting me hooked? What is the minimum modules of for a beginning rig? I assume a couple of VCOs. Man, you know, it really just kind of goes off of what you're wanting to do. So if you're wanting to get to this X years down the road, or months, if you're wanting to get down the road to something that's large in this format, I have to go with my recommendation of getting a Neutron, or I was looking them up last night. A Moog. Moog makes one too. Oh wait, that's not it. Let me pull up my little deal I have. I was looking them up last night because people have been asking, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got to think of the other companies. Yeah, Moog makes a subharmonic, and then they make the Mother 32. Both of those are, both of those and this Neutron are all in the same family, and I recommend going that route first because, as many people have heard me say, you can do just about everything you could do on a large module with one of these little mini voices, and you paid a significantly less amount of money to get started, and you've got all the tools here, and you can go from there. So you've got your little, sub modular, mini modular, whatever, and you're like, man, I really dig this. I need more oscillators, or I want more LFOs, or I want more filters. You can go and buy yourself a case. You can put those pieces in that case and have this still in its native one, or you can done what I've done and put it all in a large case. It's pretty interchangeable. There's no rules. Like, it's not going to work if you keep it in there. So you can get a really small Eurorack case and put in like just half a dozen modules or something really small, integrate it with this, and minimum expense but maximum return. And also down the road, you can always sell this thing. You're gonna probably get the same of what you paid for it back, maybe lose like 30-50 bucks. And then yeah, you can keep going down the road and use that money to fuel your new case you're buying. I think I missed some stuff here. How do I like the BeatStep Pro? I was talking about it yesterday. It's not too bad, really. Someone was asking about a sequencer that could do polyrhythms, and I was like, I have to keep referring to the BeatStep Pro. It can do that. You can change the length. Everything's divided up into 16 steps. There's 64 of them altogether, so do your math to get however many beats you want within that note, precision. The Make Noise Renee does a similar thing. Right on. Yeah, there's plenty of other companies that also put out some. that's why I highly recommend doing some shopping around and look for something that you're interested in, and look at reviews. There's plenty of opinions out there, and you can just kind of formulate, you know, which ones apply to you, I guess. Wait a minute. Enjoying it starts with a K. Plan your rig direction before you start. Some people love the O Coast, but the West Coast sound. Right? Hey, GML, let's go. Yeah, Control, I would, I say check out, you know, the Neutron or the Mother or, we just said it a second ago. Yo, drum operator, smooth instigator, coming in with the raid. All day raid with the hot raid. Bringing it raid. God, that could really, it's tough to say without fumbling. Yo, how's it going, guys? Welcome in, Raiders. Let's go. Raid. It seemed more epic in my head. Woot woot, yeah, welcome in, guys. Hey, Wambra, let's go. How was the stream, Drum Up? Yo, Source Decay with the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. Welcome, guys. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Semi-modular. That was the term I was trying to think of. The whatever. Micro-modular. Anything that follows that format is going to be... And honestly, the more patch points you have, the better. That's what I like about the Neutron. Is here, we'll bunch in real fast. So you have two oscillators. They have a wave shaping function, so you can go between. I mean, it's pretty good. These are modulated. You can modulate these. You've got 3 octave with a 4th, but that's for doing like a solid oscillator effect. So basically you have 3 octaves. You've got a single filter. You have 2 envelopes. You have a distortion. My favorite. And you have delay. You have an LFO. You have 2 attenuators. You have a slew limiter portamento, which is basically gives you that Dr. Dre sound that we crave. And you even have a sample and hold effect. It works with MIDI. It works with USB in its native case. Or it can be completely CV. Just about everything has a point on here. There's a couple of missing, I wish they would have this and wish they would have that, but it's not bad, and you can build a lot of really cool, crazy patches with just the Neutron. You don't need any other external modular gear. You basically have everything you need. You just don't have that many of it. You only have, like I said, 1 VCA. Oh, gosh. Actually, I take that back. There's a, what is it? One of these has, like, CV. Yeah, the attenuator one has CV, so you can actually, it's kind of a quasi-VCA. But, yeah. I haven't looked much at the other ones, because, you know, this is the one I own. But that's where I recommend, if you don't know exactly what you're wanting to do, this is a great thing to try out and get your feet wet for a very nominal price. Same thing with the other companies. You don't have to spend like an arm and a leg. You can get in and out for under $1,000. If you decide, oh, this modular stuff is not for me, you can sell that thing and you probably won't even lose that much money, and you'll be pleased as punch. It just depends. Hey, Blackberry Jam Studio! If you're just starting Gearwise, just buy what you can afford. That sounds cool to you. Get your own pieces of gear super well before adding the collection. That's the future of making purchases choice based on your experiences. Good advice, Sid. Keep your arm and legs, right? Well, and I don't know if you caught it earlier, Black, but the question was basically how to get like a full-on, to get to here possibly, like having a big modular rig or expanding out, and that's been a really tough thing to do for people for a long time. But now that there's these kind of little sub miniatures or micro modulars, whatever, and they integrate with RAWK and other formats, boom. That's a fantastic way to get something going. And you can kind of decide, like I said, you can add on to this. You can eventually outgrow it and turn around and sell it. And now you've got, you probably got like a few dozen modules and you know exactly what you're looking for now. Because it takes a long time to digest. There's so many modules out there right now and so many companies. It's almost impossible for me to even make a good recommendation on like, oh, you should start with this or that. I've been trying to actually put something like that together, but it's very challenging, believe it or not, because there's just so many companies doing that, which is a great thing because you get a lot of options that way. Ocoast is another good starting point if you're looking to start out with a weirder West Coast place. Gear is practically free these days, not like that when buying a Fairlight cost. Exactly, right? And that's what I mean, that's kind of an interesting thing in my journey of doing this that I've kind of ran across. Like, this is Frack Rack. And when I started getting into Modular Synth, it was this Dofer, which was what RAWK became, but I just knew it as Dofer format. And then you could get the larger formats like Modem and the 5U, basically, just all the 5U. And then there's the 4U too, but I didn't even know about those when I got into this. And I went with this format because it was the cheapest and to DIY. There wasn't very much for Dofer, and I remember it wasn't very cheap either. Like it was, at least at the time, maybe perspective has enlightened me a bit. But at the time, I remember it just wasn't very affordable, and now it's insanely affordable in RAWK, which is a very common format. So it just makes more things in there. That's kind of why we switched over to it. I was CNCing all these panels myself, but the CNC machine broke, and decided, we'll just buy Euro panels, and maybe once the machine's fixed, we'll do our own. But anyways, dang, you're really getting into it. You know it. All right, so we've been going for a bit here. We wrote a new patch. It's called Space Harp. It's based off of the patch right next to it, as most can be. I'm not embarrassed to have similar sounding patches next to each other. It's just probably not smart. Wish I had aftertouch. I keep acting like there's aftertouch in here, but there ain't. Gnarls Barkley, please. Oh man, what was that one? It was I remember when I get so high. I don't know the lyrics. I just know the cadence, and that's not even very good. And kind of the notes. I'm gonna get him into something space. You make me crazy, man. I swear, like, I guess that's like singing in voices. I feel like I'm screaming all the time. Nah, that's not the notes of that song, but it's in the key that we're in, so take it. Yo, Rembus, welcome in. All right, so that's an alrightish sound. I kind of I want to do something new. We were listening to the mini wave, and that's pretty dope. But I miss, and so it's. Oh wait, you know what? We could do that. Let me think. How do we do that? All right. So, what I was thinking was I wanted to take the. So right now we're listening to the mini wave. It's coming out, going into the tube VCA, and then we're also listening to the oscillator, the Ken Stone here, that it's hard synced off of. But I kind of like when the waveforms they keep kind of, getting out of sync, and the thermal snip. So I want to hear this other oscillator, but I need to duplicate this voltage so that it goes to the same ones equally. And to do that, I'm going to run it through this God, I can't talk anymore. It's so hard. I'm going to run it through this molted buffer here. So this will be the output 1, and then I need to make a long cable, preferably of the pink persuasion, over to here, and I'll throw it into the other oscillator. So now we've got that, and then I just need to run a jump between these two hip cats. All I see is a lot of confusion. Makes me wonder what this is all about. Oh, well, feel free to ask. It's not really. I don't even know where to start sometimes. Basically, this is all called modular synthesis, and it's just like a regular, any other keyboard or anything, but all the patching, all of that is done externally instead of it built in. So you have to do it with wires making your connection. Why would anyone do that? What's the benefit? The benefit comes in the fact that now you're able to have this insane amount of control and precision. You basically build a synthesizer from the ground up over and over in different ways and different configurations. And that's what's interesting about it. And you can really get some not just unique sounds, but you can actually get really interesting melodies and patterns and just music out of this weird bunch of gear. And so that's the holistic explanation, I think, of what all the wires, everything doing. They are broken down to individual elements, like we have our noise makers. That's what I was starting off with. These are all the oscillators. These are going to where the sounds are generated from. They're getting mixed in with filters, which shape the tone, and then we're kind of hearing it rounds through some effects. We have 2 more voices here. We have a voice down here. We don't have that many sequencers though, so it's kind of weird, but we do what we can. No matter how long you have been doing modular synthesis, you can't just look at somebody's patch like that and figure out without being hands-on, so don't feel too weird. Oh yeah, and that's an extremely good point. That's a very good point, Drum Op. Yeah, absolutely. There's it doesn't exactly like translate very well to anybody else. Unless they know all the gear intimately. Hey! Shiram! Let's go! Great creativity, flexibility, unique one of kind sounds and texturings and rhythms, and it looks freaking cool. Yeah, I don't know. It just, for me, when I was, when is this? This was like, whenever, like 15 years ago or something. I was reading Wikipedia. I had this really boring job, and I literally just read Wikipedia all fucking day while I collected a check. And I was reading about modular synthesis at the time, and I'm paraphrasing it, but basically it said something along the lines of because I didn't know what it was. You know, I just knew a little bit about, you know, these, you know, people standing in front of these giant beasts and, you know, Dieter Dofer. And I'm like, what's so special about this? What is it? And the line I read that hooked me in was modular synthesis is a form of musical creation that allows various different modules that are able to interact and be interchangeable. This allows the user to create a variable infinite, a virtually infinite number of sounds, or infinite sound source. And I was hooked right then. Once they said I could just make any sound I want, I was like, I'll take one, please. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take two. Give me two, please. I'll take two. You know what? What's your boss? How many can you give me? I'll take as many as you can. I can sell my house, you know? We'll sell the house. Fuck it. And we can live in the car. Car has DC power. Hey, we're losing a whole stage. We can just go directly. Anyways, I was really, really hooked after that, and that's what it was for me, anyways. I don't know. I think, yeah, and it does look cool. It's fun to build. Once, you know, we're an electronic stream as well, so we only here in the studio for 1 week out of the month. The rest of the month, we're working on building these things. So, and it's the same atmosphere as well. We encourage people asking questions. I want to break down that barrier of entry. So if it's something you're interested in or you're wanting to fix things too, we repair stuff. It's definitely the channel, but we have to spend at least 1 week playing with stuff. Got to have 1 week of fun. Otherwise, what are we doing it for? I don't know, for probably that kind of fun. I'm still learning about polygonal synthesis. Oh wow! Don't fully get it, but I know the concept. My setup is now optimized for stereo to take advantage of. Interesting. I've had that sell everything moment as well. It's early 2021 for me. Hope all are doing well. Hey! Welcome in, Soul. Sola 5. Happy New Year to you. Rock and roll. I like that it's repeatable yet unpredictable creative process. Yeah. There's way too many variables to get the kind of consistency that you would get with something like a hardware synth. So it's, I don't know, and there's, you know, honestly too, and there's been some documentaries, although they probably just make you more interested than answer any question, but there's been documentaries on the topic as well of modular synths, and interviews with, you know, famous people and famous designers and whatnot, and musicians, and so, you know, that might be worthwhile as well. Planning is still fun even if you don't have. Yeah, absolutely. Modular Grid. If I didn't already bring that site up, is a fantastic website to go to. I Dream of Wires. Yes, that's one of the documentaries. I was trying to think of. There's more than that, but that's one I was trying to think of. That's probably the most popular. And it's the newest one. I forgot what I was saying. I got all sidetracked. Anyways. I was probably just repeating myself anyways. That's kind of half of what I do, I feel like. I just stutter. Oh yeah, Modular Grid. That's right. Go check that place out. VCV, RAWK, and Modular Grid are probably the best places to go to start researching the stuff and experimenting with it, getting familiar with it. And they're both free, so winner, winner. There have been a number of times where I have to turn my system off, turn it back on to record, and it's never the sound I was at. Oh yeah, I noticed that when I first started doing this, I'd build a patch, and I'd spend a really long time on it. And it would be a very animated patch. There'd be like music playing kind of in a rhythm of notes and whatever. And I'd spend a great deal of time on it. So I'd have it pretty much memorized and everything. And I remember one of the funniest things I love to do was it'd be late at night or something like that, and I'd shut everything off, and then I'd come in the next day and turn everything on and turn the speakers on and start the patch back up, and it would sound awful. It wouldn't sound good at all. Everything would be out of tune. It wouldn't have any, it just sounded bad. And so I just turn the master volume down and walk away, come back in an hour or something, turn it up, and they're like, there it is. So I've learned you just have to let this stuff warm up. Particularly everything in here, because I don't have anything, well, the only thing that's digital is the SynthTech Cloud Generator. For the most part. Yeah, I mean, it is really all digital. The Cucamonga almost, but I don't know if you can count an LFO on a chip as digital. My rig has been on for over a week, holding a patch because of that. Ah, nice! Let's go. I like that. Same thing happens with tube guitar amps. Turn off and then yikes. Yeah, right. Erie, Ohio! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're just chilling out here, talking about modular synths. Go figure. I don't know why. I mean, it could be this thing. I don't know. This is probably the jumping off point. No, welcome in. We're doing, hey, Atropius, let's go. Just reading your stuff. Happy New Year's to everybody. Yeah, anybody celebrating New Year's or it's coming your way, kudos. Rock and roll, right? A complete revolution around the sun. That's like a birthday. Everyone gets to celebrate that at least once. Except people that don't have birthdays. Dark. I gotta run to the grocery store to get some ice sheet melts. Wait, what? After the ice sheet melts off my windshield. You gotta get a flamethrower. I saw it on the TV. I was like, oh shit, flamethrower attack. That needs to happen. All right. This thing is wild. Sound I got going. Pour hot water on it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, get super hot water and just pour it all over your windshield. That's good advice, right? Here's an upside. Afterwards, you'll never have to scrape ice off of your windshield ever again. I can guarantee it. It will permanently remove not only the ice, but the windshield the ice was attaching itself to. I also cure diseases by just killing the people. I'm like, he's not sick anymore, right? Doesn't have the flu anymore. But he's dead. Yeah, I know, but no flu. Can't deny my results, all right? I get results. But people die. We're all gonna die. Come on, let's not get morbid here. Yeah, windshield wipers are silly too. Exactly. All right. It's kind of like a weird ambient album. So fat, that sound, right? I think it's this. Yeah, it's this stupid, uncooperative. There we go. Some space sounds here for the movie Event Horizon,
starring Chevy Chase and Lou Diamond Phillips. Oh wait, that's the wrong movie. It's starring John Candy and Steve Martin. They're gonna go into outer space, and then they're gonna go to hell. And John Candy is gonna be like, "You don't need no eyes to see what I gotta show you, boy." And Steve Martin gonna be like, "Nah, son. Oh no, we's in hell, aren't we?" And John Candy gonna be like, "Yeah. It's pretty messed up, right? We had to make a director's cut for just this scene from hell." That's what we gotta do. Otherwise, Lou Diamond Phillips wasn't gonna do the movie. We had to have Lou.
This is perfect bathing music. Now we can bathe. And the beauties of reverb. I think Deadmau5 said it best with, I don't know what people mean when they say, that sounds fat, like it can be bassy but fat. No. Yeah, for the last 10 years, I've been a sound engineer by trade, and wait, I might be saying the same thing twice. Whatever. My trade was a sound engineer for 10 years, last 10 years, and man, people have the most fucking weirdest adjectives for sound. They just come up with the weirdest stuff. And I get it. They're trying to convey onomatopoeias or whatever. I get that, but I didn't hear this one. My buddy did, and he was actually so we both work in corporate AV, and so it's always like conferences and conventions and dumb stuff like that. And my buddy, he's mostly done rock and roll. He's like toured with bands. He's that kind of a sound guy, but he started doing this stuff in the last few years. But I mean, he's been in the business for a very, very long time. And this guy comes up to him during one of the corporate gigs, and he's like, I don't know, man. Sounds a little woofy. And he's like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, sounds a little woofy to me. Woofy? Yeah. Okay. Did you not want the you said woofy, right? Yeah. Can you get rid of some of the woofiness? It just has too much woofiness. And I mean, I think he'd already tuned the PA, so the guy was like, just after you finish painting the house, they're like, yeah, but I told you like a lavender gray, and this is more of a teal gray. I thought we looked at this. You should redo it. And you're like, but you just said gray. Whatever. That wasn't a good example, but either way, he got really mad at the guy and was like, started turning into like a gangster or something, and he's like, and you normally, these are CEOs and VIPs or whatever of companies. They're big head cheeses, and you always are very polite to them, and they sign your paycheck. That kind of attitude. Now my buddy, he's just like, Woofy, can you explain to me what the fuck that's supposed to mean? And just everyone's head just whipped around like, oh. And the guy is like, not even dazed that, the dude like, comes back, and the head honcho dude is like, yeah, like it's, woofy. And he's like, are you talking about like sub bass, like low end? I guess. It just sounds woofy to me. Okay, well I'll turn the woofy down a little bit. I think I've got that on the board. Oh yeah, if you could, that'd be great. Just back it up a little bit. I was really impressed with that guy that he didn't get fired right there and then. I knew what the person meant, but and I think he did too, but he was just like, woofy? That's not even a freaking word. I hate you. You make me hate myself. Yeah, let's make it less woofy. Sounds like my life. Yeah, man, I've had that happen like so much, mate. It's just been stories like that all the time. Was it my common to speak straight at work? Side note, I'm not in that line of work. Yeah, and I knew that's what he was, immediately I knew he was talking about low frequencies. But I want to say that this particular setup may not have even had subwoofers. It may have just been top boxes. So it just, I don't know. It was just so stupid. One other time, and both of these aren't my stories, but my buddy, he taught me a trick actually, because this is a good way to handle it. So they set up the PA, and it's in this giant convention center. So it's really high ceilings, big room, it could fit like 5,000 people or something like that. And so he sets up his PA. You've got your mains, you've got your delay lines, you've got all this stuff. Gets it all tuned, gets it all perfect. And this guy is a fantastic audio engineer. I've learned a lot from him, and he's got it all set up. And the next day the client shows up and everything, and they're listening to it, and they hear the echo because there's no one in the room, and they're where they're sitting at. They're not in front of where the people are going to be sitting, because you just aim the speakers for where the people are. You don't aim them for front of house unless that's required. And the guy says, "Oh, well, there's a lot of echo. Is there anything you could do about that?" And my buddy first, he goes like, "Well," the sound guy, and he's like, "Well, we can, it'll be fine because we have the chairs haven't been put in. Once we fill this room with bodies, the speakers aren't going to hit the floor and bounce off the floor. They're going to hit the people and absorb it." He goes, "There's plenty of direct energy." It's basically what he kept saying. There's direct energy from each one of these cabinets that everyone gets a speaker. They'll be fine. And he's like, "Yeah, but is there any way we can take care of this?" And my buddy's like, "Well, we could line the entire room with heavy drape, and then put acoustic foam up in the ceiling." And the client person's like, "Can we do that?" And this is like after they've already set up the show and everything, and he turns to the producer and he's like, "Yeah, so can we do that?" And the producer's like, "Well, it'll take us 3 months to install the foam, and but we can get the drape here." "Oh, well, how much would that be?" "It'd be an extra $50,000. "Oh, never mind then." And I think to do the foaming, I think they quoted like $100,000. So it was like $150,000, and they're like, "Oh, well, we don't need to do the foam then." "Well, it would take 3 months. We'd have to put off the show." "Oh yeah, we don't want to do that." "Well, what about the drape?" "Oh, well, that's $50,000. "Oh, you know what? Never mind. Direct energy, you say? There's plenty of it?" "Yeah, man." "Okay, well, never mind then." All right. Yo, Karmic. Just swung by to wish you a Happy New Year. Hey, thank you very much. Same to you. Same to everybody chilling out on the New Year's, either day or eve, depending on your latitude, I think is how it's set up at this time. Sounds right. No, good to see you, mate. I'm going to run to the restroom really fast. I just keep getting distracted by funny stories. Classic me. I'm going to hit the head real quick. I'll be back in just a couple seconds. Couple minutes. Couple thousand seconds. Hey, Mazmith, Happy New Year. Rock and roll, guys. All right, we should do some music. I feel bad. I feel like I've just been goofing around. Although, we did make a patch, so I'm just going to ride that out forever. And that riff. Sound techs have the best stories. Oh, yeah, yeah. I have quite a few. They've provided me a ton of fodder for stream. You know, a lot of stream content. My job as an audio engineer. I like, man, what am I gonna do today? Well, you could talk about that time that you did a show for the food court and Guy Fieri was the host. And he just got drunk as hell and partied fucking hard. I don't know if he was drunk, but he was drinking. Bowie for the win. It was satisfying, breaking up the big chunks. Okay. So, what are we doing here? Let's disconnect all this. Hold up. Who run ticks? Run Barter Town. Master Blaster runs Barter Town. Alright. See what happens here. There may be too many functions for me to absorb here. I was mixing in the super huge club while on tour. The houseboard was one I was super familiar with. During sound check. Wait, it's supposed to pick up. During sound check, my gain staging was fine, but as I had no real volume, I asked the house guy if there was something wrong with his system, amps off or something. Reaches over and turns the master down and gets louder and says, I forgot to tell you, I flipped the master fader. The owner gets drunk and always tells me to turn it down, so I let him tweak the master till he's happy. That is bloody brilliant. That is 3D fucking chess right there. Oh my god. That is brilliant. Yeah, no crap. Mr. Wizard, or Mrs. Wizard, or whatever. God, oh, yeah. God, that's brilliant. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I love that. Oh, wait, what is driving that? Oh, yeah, we do have that going. Turn that off for now. Nothing like bare ears. Alright. I think this might benefit from the treatment that we gave it last night. Yeah, tick up the tempo. Alright, I need... Let's try it over here. This is alright. Alright, alright, alright. Hey, Bunny Tickle, let's go. Happy New Year. Almost, or already. Let's go. I don't know what key this is supposed to be in. Oh, scheiße. I kind of like that. Let's do that. Alright. I don't know if do we want any verb on that. We'll do a little tiny bit of verb. Super cool makes me think of some weird record from RAWK Records catalog. Cuts through all right. Ah, that was what it said. Oh, I'm on the wrong synth. That's why. Jesus. Oh, that feels dumb. Alright, let's stop. Now it's in tune. I don't know if we're tuned up top. Oh yeah, this wasn't working earlier. Why not? Does this break? Is it broke? Oh yeah, that's right, I turned it off. Well, that can't be right. Oh my gosh, that is right. Alright, we kind of got some arsenal. Alright, we can get back to the... Try something else here. Let me try. Drums, maybe not. Oh yeah. if I could do that. Got an idea here. I'm gonna try something. Yeah, it's too low. R. Too. I got tuned into the thing. We'll get it in there. Close enough, right? Thank you. Sounds like it's in the wrong key. Like the acid, right? Let's get this. It's almost supposed to be one down. Let's try it out. This one. I like that a little more. yeah, I took that away. You know what? Blackberry Jams, I used to do that. Actually, I have a digital scope. I don't have an analog one. I need to fix the one we have or get one. But I would do that. When our old setup, we had a camera that basically looked down overhead and the scope would sit up here. But I was thinking maybe I could nestle it in one of these little spots here, maybe. probably won't work. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the B. I like B. Oh, no, it was C. Yeah. Right, that was a good one. I felt the swells. missing out on chat here. Ooh. That one went high. Awesome. Hey, glad you like it, mate. Good to hear. Good to hear. Always glad, guys. You know how it is. I try to, you know, jam and chill and rock out and have a good old time. Oh. Everybody doing that New Year's thing. Shit going on. I'm kind of like yeah, BlackBerry. I you know, next month I'll pull the scope out and I'll put it in. It's probably, I used to do it, but it just wasn't didn't always feel worth it. But now that we got people requesting it, I guess now it's worth it. But it's just a digital scope, so it is really kind of a cheesy light party. Who was it? One of my buddies got an analog scope, and he had me check it out for him. And I was, you know, showing how timing and scale and all that stuff works. And man, we put some gnarly waveform through it, and it just looked crazy. It looked way cooler in a scope than I've ever seen on my digital. Just checked on eBay. Tektronix analog scopes are cheap, but the Tektronix analog sine wave generators are still super expensive. So I have a, oh god damn it, what brand is it? I have a really common one that we've been working on and repairing, and it's basically like the beam for the cathode shoots way too high. It eventually settles down, but not usable down, and it's like there's a short so that it's just biased up to the top and just barely dips down. And we traced it all the way back to basically this transistor network, and it's underneath the cathode ray and it's like a huge ordeal because you have to take the entire thing apart to get to that transistor, and then basically it's going to be a scenario of popping the transistors out, testing them, test good, popping them back in, popping them out, popping them. So I want to get it done, but I'm in no hurry. And honestly, the funny bit of that is, if I had an analog scope, it would be really easy to test the transistors because you could just see if it voltages properly. So, because I might look it up. There may be a better technique to check them, but yeah, my Tektronix analog doesn't pick up signal through the probe inputs. I'm really hoping that the power supply fire didn't also fry the input amp. Ugh. I forgot about yours, Bridge. Mordax data for a couple of years. Oh my gosh. BK Precision, that's the scope I have that we've been trying to repair. I was going to make an orders, next time I made a parts order, I was going to replace those 2 high voltage capacitors in there because, I don't know, they take a long time to charge and they don't seem to hold a charge. So I'm wondering, you know, even if it doesn't fix it, it's something that probably could be worth replacing. Those are nice. It's a scope LFO clock, oh, wow. Nice. Hey, Hayes! I didn't see you there. Happy New Year to you, too. You know what, guys? I'm gonna give me a drink. Everyone's saying Happy New Year. I finished this Dr. Pooper. It was delicious. Illuminati 23 secret recipes. Stolen from the Freemasons. As part of their agreement for the New World Order. It's all there on the Dr. Pepper can, guys. It's all there, folks. Just gotta look deep enough. You'll figure it out. I have the documents. Yeah, let me go, let me grab a beverage. And we'll keep on keeping on. Un momento, por favor. Alright, guys. Happy days. What's up here, Hayes? You got a sweet new pedal in today? Oh, wow, nice. Beatronic Swarm Buzz Harmonizer. Wow, that does sound pretty nice. Kudos, mate. Kudos. Alright, guys. I don't plan on getting tossed, but because I've been drinking the past few days, I'm like, I should... Oh, wait, it's New Year's. God damn it. Oh, well. Although you guys know, you don't have to drink to have a good time. My favorite brew. They had it at the grocery store. I bought all that they had, which wasn't that much, honestly. That's why I bought it all. So, Boddington's, it's a nice creamy... blonde brew. Oh, yeah. All right. That was a great jam. I'm not going to lie. I was into that one. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Absolutely. Thank you. Got a blast. It's been nice chillin' to manipulate tones. Absolutely, Blackberry. Thank you so much for chillin'. Always a pleasure to see you come by. Happy New Year to you. And remember, next week we'll be building stuff. So, won't be doing the music, we'll just be listening to music. But we will be doing builds, and I'm always up for answering questions and hanging out, talking about synths and audio and all that good stuff. Always a good time. Take care. But I'll see you next year. There's that fun joke. I have not had a Boddington's in a long while. It's a good one. It's kind of tricky to find. There's like a restaurant I really love here, and one of the primary things I like about it is they have Boddington's on tap. They're like an English-themed pub type place, so they always carry Boddington's, and they're a nice place. I love it. I should I would hold a tall glass over the can and turn them upside down and pour that sucker out. Let it breathe. I don't have any chilled glasses. I'll tell you what, you gave me an idea. Let me put a chilled glass out, or let me put a glass in the ice box. Here, I can do it and talk at the same time. And if I end up having a second one, it'll be through a nice ice-cooled glass. Oh my gosh. It's like the apocalypse inside our freezer. There's just nothing in there. I meant to go grocery shopping. And well, I did, but then I forgot to buy some of the groceries. Just kind of was like, I'm out of here. It was the day after Christmas, so I was like, and there's like just a boatload of people at the grocery store of all places. Give it a try next time. Yeah. No, I usually do. It's not a bad idea. I love this cozy. Mrs. Hearsay got it for me for Christmas last year, actually, and I've loved it. You guys always see me. It's just like a little, like koozie thermos thing for your drinks, but I won't drink a canned beverage without it now. It's so nice. It particularly keeps these nice and cold because I don't really chug them or anything. It's kind of a sipping beer for me. Well, I take good sized sips, but is it a none? No, this is some company that came and went. I think Brewmate. Oops. Brewmate. I don't know if they're still around, but it's just they're real common. It's not like a magical patent no one's ever thought of. It's just a aluminum thermal koozie. But oh baby, does it rock? All right. I want to do something different. Because I keep feeling like we're writing good jams, but I keep feeling like I'm writing the same. I'm writing like a different song with the same instruments over and over and over, and I'm gonna run out of notes. There's only like 12. I've got a tuning fork for the U. It was meant to be. That sounds like lyrics to a song. I got the tuning fork for you that it's gotta be tuning for you. Blau, blau, blau. That's blue in Deutsch. Blau, blau, blau. Trying to think of something that we can do. I don't know. I dig the mini wave. I kind of dig what we have. I don't think I'm going to change it. The modular. Here, I'll hit stop. Then we can hear it. Get rid of the verb. Hear sci-fi sounds every time. The scanner doesn't seem to be working. Have you tried increasing the polarity? Polarity increasing. Polarity increasing to 60%. Go to 70. 70%. Yes, sir. We're at 70%, sir. Still no change. Go to 80%. 80, sir? You heard me, damn it! Yes, sir. 80%. Is it 80%, sir? Still nothing. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? No, sir. Okay, try that. No, nothing. No changes. Okay. I'm out. This is obviously beyond me, so I'm out, guys. Take it easy. Drinks later. Go, who's up for, shakers? I don't know. So we're on this stage right here. Turn this down. Somehow. So this is kind of neat. And then this one's the other one. So puny. There we go. Now the scanner is at maximum power. Probe is mined. I must know the secrets of Gallifrey. Wait, that's Doctor Who. Well, fine. Fuck it. I'm gonna rip off Doctor Who. Might as well get my nomenclature right. So, let's turn this scanner off. Those sounds individually are amazing. That sounds great. Ow! I love it all. All right. What if I could fix this? Sounds pretty though. I mean, you just freeze on that. I don't know why the volume is. Why is this always so? Oh yeah, because I turned it down. That's right. That's right. That's right. Let's give it some of that verb. You miss your neutron? Mate, you can, I think we already talked about it. This thing is very valuable if you can get the overlay. And yeah, I mean, it does acid, it does bass, it does leads, it does everything very well. For as, you know, cheap as it is. Why am I getting? Oh yeah, there's delay. Oh shit, that's why my volume is shitty. Wake up, sheeple. That was not meant to be that loud. It was meant to be louder. All right. Back in business. Wake up! I let a buddy borrow it for for the pandemic. He sent me a picture and it was missing a knob. Ah, what a punk! We can get these knobs replaced. Let me know. I'll keep an eye out. I don't think these are hard to get. You knew it would happen, yeah, right. I get you. I like that pattern. I'm gonna fix the sequences that are out there. So I think I screwed up on this note. Maybe I won't use that note. I keep hearing it. I think I might have bumped some stuff. Just went back to what I did before tonight. Ah! Oh, I'm in a different key. I think I'm like 2 steps down. Sneeze. Yo. All right, so now it should be in the right. like that. Hey, to the Ramba. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I think I'm gonna use that one. Happy New Year! Rock and roll! Mixes. Let's go with the follow. Welcome. I think I want 2 of those claps. Yeah, let's go, guys. Rock and roll. Pro costs about as much. I know. But my sugar track is this tune reminding you now. So reminds me of one of my favorite ones from Catch 33. It has a little bit of elements of Some, the song. That's kind of disco-y. Let's start good resolution learning synths to New Year's. Yeah, right. So Synths, real church organ sounds, even slowly through phases and vibratos. Ooh. Yeah, you know, I should do some more studying personally on patches. A lot of people come in and they'll give me a lot of really good advice, and it's apparently well-known advice. So I'm always like, oh, yeah, you guys knew this all along? Yeah, okay. I know nothing. Hey, that's the first step to knowledge, right? Is that Socrates? I think, yeah. The first stage to wisdom is to know that you know nothing. Socrates. Tall boy. Thank you so much for chilling and hanging out today. Today's been pretty good. We're not over. I'm not saying I'm not getting to the denouements. I'll let you guys know when we're wrapping up. But I just wanted to say thanks, guys, for chilling. And hey, RJ, let's go. Tall boy square. Oh, you're guessing the drink? No. I am excited to go ahead of. It's been such a fantastic week, and it's the end of the year. Decided, so I'm drinking Boddington's. It's kind of a unique beer, but it's really, really good, in my opinion. It has, it's a nitro beer, and it's real creamy and real smooth. It's not too alcoholic either, so, you know, it's a nice, easy drinking beer. You're not going to get, I mean, you can get messed up, but you're not going to be fighting people in your backyard or front yard, for that matter. So then I'm going to try is directing a sequence output into a quantizer, into a VCA to make an ARP. Okay. We have those things here. It's kind of what we're doing right now, because you can, I mean, I have this guy going all wacky, but I can disable the wacky modes, and you kind of have an ARP. But, I'm going to put these back because it gets really... But you'll need some sort of, you'll need something in order to shift those notes around chromatically. I'm trying to think of the easiest way to do it. I'm not sure how a VCA was going to help, though. What's your power consumption? Kimbo, I am so glad you asked, because I can answer that question. Chair cam, activate. We are running at, get in there. There we go. 2 1/4 amp. And that's mostly because there's a studio light on here, and there's 2 speakers on, but they're not, you know, they're not putting any sound out, but they still have to pull current. So that's their sitting around current draw. But yeah. We usually go a little bit under 2 amps is normal. 212 watts. Oh, I want amps again. I like amps. Those numbers make sense to me. How about the brick? At the time, it only had plates in it. Got my maths and worked. Oh, hey, cool. Okay, I guess I missed that first part. Gaming rig with 2 displays, right? Now can sometimes get to the 3 lights to the left of the blink. LFO into a quantizer, good fun. Absolutely. And it's a great way to understand how a quantizer works, too. Yeah, making 4 modules do what 1 could do is what I do. The do. Yeah, and I do that a lot with my designs when I'm building these DIYs. I put in a lot of like either modulation inputs, or my favorite thing is to do switch jacks. So like for example, the VCAs, all the tube VCAs, the first input is normal. Let me rephrase that. The first input goes straight in. The second input is normaled. That's why I changed my phrase. To the output. So if you don't have anything plugged into 2, it will just take the signal from the output and feed it in. So you have to close the input knob all the way. Otherwise, you're going to get this crazy wave distortion that occurs. Yamaha making 4 modulators to switch to a generic part of the cable with another with no change. Uh-oh. Get out the multimeter and measure the barrel. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what keeps biting me. Mess that up. LFO into a quantizer, into a VCA to separate the nodes. Okay, so the output of it would be processed by a VCA, but your VCA would be triggered or opened by something else. Is that what am I getting that right? Frag? My brain wasn't there for the moment. Oh, no, you're good. I was just, so we can kind of do that. I mean, we have 1, 2, we got 3 quantizers. 2 of them are duals and 1's a single. I haven't tuned the single in a really long time, but I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be in tune. Do all the modules get their power from a voltage patch, or is there something a power bus behind the racks? Good question, Rod. Actually, yeah. So everything's power. The only thing on the back of all these modules is a power connector for it, and yeah, it's all bussed up. Each one of the little racks I have here, pretty much, has their own bus power, and then that's spidered out from the main power supply, which is tucked behind this rack over here. There's no real easy way to see it. I actually covered it's a Power 1 power supply, and I just covered it in gaff tape so to protect it, because I didn't put it in a cage and I didn't want to shock anybody. But it's just a single 3 amp. There is some of this Euro rack stuff is going off of 1 amp 1212, but I'm going to buy another Power 1 for the 12 volt supply. I just haven't gotten around to it. And you know what? You can actually kind of see them. Let me see. Get in here. Can you see? Kind of. Well, not really. Well, here, we'll switch over real fast. So you can see these ribbon cables here, the rainbow ribbon cables. Those are 2 powers coming up for 2 of these modules. But there's 2 other ones that are getting power out of this bay. And I thought you would be able to. You can kind of see the cable, but you can't see the connector. And it's a 4-pin, it's a Molex connector. They're often called modem connectors, and it's very common in the big boy format, like the big 5U guys. But as far as, the differences between Euro and FRAC, that's the big one too, is that FRAC takes its stuff from the Moog and modem days, so it's just to you know, a positive and negative rail, and then a ground for the center. Those bricks are like 20, 40 bucks. You always wonder, yeah. It's kind of like the least interesting thing, so no one ever goes into it. But yeah, they're like, same thing with this Euro rack here. Let me switch back over to the camera. You can actually kind of see in here, well, sort of, maybe. Oh, let me switch the camera over, my bad. So you can kind of see maybe a little bit of the ribbon cables. Yeah, you can kind of see it in there. And Eurorack really commonly is a big fan of using ribbon cables, because you can fit several power connectors on a single bus. It's a good idea. No qualms about it. But, and then while FRAC and Euro has like these kind of just big power connectors, and then the Molex. All right. All right, guys. Man, everyone's being so cool and chill today. Cannot get over it. Cannot get over it. Looking forward to next year. Looking forward to all our new projects that we've got coming. Hey, it's Tommy's in the house. It is efficient. Well, there's a thing that you have to consider when you have like when you're doing a big power supply for a bunch of little things. And one thing you have to do is spider out your power. So if you have 20 modules and you have the ability to bus 4, then yeah, each 5 modules gets its own dedicated power. And the reason you do that is because these modules are designed way over the top, so there's a ton of capacitors, and just flipping it on, they have to charge those capacitors, which actually pulls a ton of power when you first turn it on. It's called the inrush current. This guy actually has a power delay system on the back from my main power distro, and so it goes from the main power into this delay, and you can hear it. It'll go. You can hear it charge, like zap the power on really slow or like really fast to get the caps charged, and then it goes full bore. And the reason you do that is if let's say you have a ton of modules and you turn it on, and the right, the one of the power, like the positive rail doesn't come on, and so the modules aren't working at all. And you turn it off, you turn it on, maybe it comes on that time. Oh, that's weird. What it is that when you turn it on, it asks for, all those caps ask to be charged, and they're just going to all ask right when they get power at the very beginning. There's no way to work around that, and it's a good design, so you don't want to say don't do that. But yeah, they could all be asking for 5 amps in a quarter of a second when the system only supplies 3 amps, and so the system will fault out, going, I can't do that. Protection kicks in. So with the delay, it just charges it. And when you get into the bigger systems, you have to start looking into really smart power supplies. But man, when it comes to small systems, even something like this Mantis, I think power supplies are a little over-engineered. But when you get big, yeah, you have to, because there's all these variables come into play. And so yeah, if you don't spider it, and let's say that you just kind of daisied it all your modules to, or you just kind of willy-nillied it, that issue will come up where it won't be able to balance the load properly, and it'll just fault out. And you'll think your power supply is broken, or your module's busted, or whatever. And it's just a bad build sometimes. They're bad practices. Overcharged circuit, exactly. And that's what comes on a lot of these, every power supply pretty much. Yeah, it has some sort of fault built in that if it's a 2 amp supply and you ask for 2.5, it'll give it for sure, but most of them have protection circuits inside where they'll eventually shut off if they reach a temperature, or they'll just fail. I killed, when I first started streaming, a lot of the stuff used USB, so you get those little Apple USB AC. I have a billion of them. I destroyed so many because I had plugged these lights in that asked for 2.5 amps, and the thing only supplies like 1.5, so they just die. It would work, but it would eventually stop, and I was just cooking the insides. I've heard of people say you can also get a voltage drop by the time you get to the end of the bus if you're daisy chained too far, but not. Yeah, it's possible. You need some big honkers coming in. Here, I'm gonna stand up for a second, guys. You need some big power users. Even then, there's a lot of tolerance. But I've started one practice that may be worthwhile for some people is so I technically have 2 power supplies, but only one of them is actually powering anything. The centermost rack, this guy right here has its own power supply built in, but I just have it set to go to the Cucamonga because I was having issues with it initially, and I thought it was because of a digital analog problem, and I've heard that solves problems from time to time. But yeah, if you have modules that are totally digital and you have modules that are completely analog, you may want to put them on separate buses or separate power if you can, because I've and it makes sense. You can get digital noise generated on your power rails, and it's going to transmit. The only problem I have with that argument is that I feel like it's going to show up just as much in your ground, which is you can't really make discrete. So I don't know. You might be taking 2 tires off the front and putting them in the back and thinking that's going to make a car faster. It's going to solve that travel problem. All right, get this going real quick. I was thinking the other day, it's kind of funny. I was hoping to catch some more magic. There's one song we wrote like I think it was back in October actually, and it was a jam, and then we went back and polished it up a little bit, and we just polished up the recording that we did. But man, it was a good one, and it was a nice version of the TKB, just doing weird shit, and it was very musical. And I've been listening to it a lot. It's kind of one of my favorite songs that's come out. And man, I've been trying to recapture that lightning in a bottle lately, and I keep getting disappointed because I'm like, this is cool, but it's not as cool as that other jam. Oh shoot! I thought did my text not update? I'm sorry, guys. I I was missing chat there. Some of them are good at initiating that, as well as you don't have the shroud on the pins, and the ribbon cable. Yeah, that's good too, as well. And that's the biggest thing I hear people have problems with this Euro rack is you know people will accidentally mess up the polarity, things like that. But honestly, you can build fault protections into it. Albert, but the math just isn't turning on. It's probably if the math is not turning on, it's probably the brick. Oh, were you asking questions here? Oh, the mantis. I'm sorry, I misread that. My mantis just isn't turning on. Absolutely, yeah. I'm sorry, Albert. I think I might have missed the missed that earlier. Yeah, there's a couple of ways you can check if you do you have a multimeter? Do you have any ways to yeah, if you have a multimeter, first thing I do is take that DC plug that plugs into the back. No, but a friend does. Okay. Well, if you can borrow it, I mean, it's up to you, you know, how much troubleshooting you want to do. But, yeah, you'll unplug that DC connector, put one of the probes down the center, and then touch one of the other probes on the end, have it plugged in, put it on, I think DC mode, because I'm pretty sure this just shoots out DC. Yes, DC, 13 volts. So you're going to connect that in. You're going to see 13 volts should be positive. It doesn't matter if your polarity's off, though. You may see negative or positive 13 volts. If you see 13 or a higher number, you're good to go. If you don't see anything coming out of that, yeah, the transformer took a shit. The good thing is those meanwhile transformers aren't terribly difficult, and they should be able to replace it for you, or you should be able to get a replacement for, like, you know, a reasonable price. Yo, Bahamut, let's go. I always do my piece wrong. The first hit is always the hottest. Right. I went into town with my wife today and ate so great Mexican food for lunch. Now you're just rubbing it in my face. Yeah, and if oh yeah, and I'm sorry, but if that, yeah, and that's how you can determine if you do get that 13 volts, then the next phase is to plug it into the unit, turn the power switch on, and you'll need to very carefully, because you don't want to cross anything. You're not going to get hurt, but you just don't want to stress it out. And you'll take your negative probe, the black probe, put it on the center pins. It just doesn't matter any of them. It just needs to be the ones in the center group. And then you'll need to verify 12 volts and then negative 12 volts, etc., etc. But at that point, you shouldn't really be expected to verify that stuff. If it's, you know, I don't know the history on that unit, but if it's a chance to get it repaired, it's almost better to have a company do that, and take in your warranty if you have it. Iron Imp, don't know how long I'm gonna be around tonight. Waiting on some food, but wanted to say for the New Year's, sit here and see, it's been a real joy getting to know ya. Nightworks, likewise, hanging out more again this year, and chat at anyone who should be getting a shout out. You all, I'm glad to have some. Hey, That's very awesome of you, Iron Imp. Cheers to you, mate. It's been a pleasure meeting you. It's been a pleasure, you guys. I tell you, you guys are really my new friends. You know, you guys are just the coolest and the best. I learned so much from chilling with you guys and having such a good time and so much fun. Hey, thank you, Albert. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, I have so much fun hanging out with you guys and chilling and being goofy and all that stuff. It means a lot. I mean, everybody says it, but I mean it. So that's my difference. Now, take care, Iron Imp. Yeah, I understand you're going to be in and out. I always expect that with people in this kind of a channel. You know, if there's music going or we're working on something, unscrewing something, taking it apart, I don't expect people to always be there every minute. But I appreciate it when they spend a single minute. Best wishes back. It's been great getting to know you and see your jams. Yeah, likewise, absolutely, Hayes. It's been fantastic getting to know you as well. There's just so many cool cats. I think that's been I know I'll do some music here, but I have to say it's been like a really neat thing is all these amazing people I've met through streaming, you know, and I don't know. I just when I came into this initially, I was like, the best thing to do is arm's length. And I couldn't do that. I really couldn't do that with you guys. I enjoy being honest with you guys, and I don't know, I just don't feel like you cats deserve any of that at all. So, and I've been very happy with it. It's been really awesome. Anyways, what I'm saying is, thanks so much. Happy New Year's. I'll say all this again before the day is done. But you guys mean a lot. You guys are a lot. Cheers to you all. Another revolution around the sun. Rock and roll, right? Wait, I'm missing something there. I don't know what it means, but yeah, right? I don't know that one either. Yeah, absolutely. It's very cool of you to take that time. It's a very nice, chilly thing to do.
I like chili. This chili is good. Okay. January. Oh, damn. That's
This January. Get twice your Jan Michael Vincent. Get 2 times. We didn't cook ourselves, no, got killed by a giant rock. Wait. That context is out of range. Context out of range. Please regert my jerk. Get the work for my furt. I want these pops. Most people don't. I do. I think it's neat. I need to get more commands to my bot. Yeah, that bot is tight. You have to tell me how that worked out. Oh yeah, I don't know if I ever told you, Mohammed. I moved we were talking about it, I think, last. And I think that was the push, was I moved my stream bot over to one of my Raspberry Pis. And, oh my gosh, it's been running like a freaking freight train. It's so much better. I'm glad I finally, did that. I know we were talking about it one time, and I was like, oh yeah, I should, do that. We didn't cook ourselves, nor did we get hit by a giant space rock. Wait. Space rock. You mean a meteor? M-E-T-E-O-R-I-T-E? When a falling star hits the ground, it's called a meteorite. Yes, a meteorite. If the... All right. All right, let me hit the head real quick, and we'll get back to those classic after-work jams. Star hits the ground, it's called a meteorite. M-E-T-E-R-O-I-T-E. Yes, if that is the correct spelling. Meteorite. Meteorite, yes. Oh no, I think he says like, yeah, you're our winner. Hey, Scriber, let's go. Did I miss Hey, I see. Oh, welcome. I just saw that. I missed your follow there. Looks like I might have missed someone else here. Light Mike, thank you for the follow as well, guys. Welcome to the channel, mates. We're chilling. We're mostly an electronic stream. But we do like builds and DIY kind of electronic stuff. We've built some of the stuff in here, and I've built some of the stuff over the years. But last week of the month, so far for the last few months, so we'll hang out in here and work on playing with the stuff, jamming out. I like to do music first and foremost, and what's the point of making stuff if you don't play with it? It seems weird, But anyways, welcome in. Oh my goodness.
Meat from the sky. Can we have the meat? boy?
Yeah, Iron M. Good to see you. Glad you're in good shape. Oh. Alright, I am sick of these sounds. I want new sounds. I want new sounds to make new nonsense. I'm not going to start here. I keep falling back. I'll make something cool here, and then I'm like, oh, I just want to. So I'm gonna create some. I'm gonna leave that rolling, and I'm gonna try to make some new tonnage. I'll keep it set up the way it is. We've got the Radias tied in with the Model D. So when I play a note from that, it should play them both. Although I probably need to fix their tuning because it's probably dog shit. In fact, I may want to just tune now and then fix the other stuff. What kind of music do you usually make with modular? You know, that's a really, really, really good question, you know? I don't know. I've been doing a lot of jam music. We've put out and, you know, put together quite a bit on the stream. Some of it good, some of it could be better, you know, but it's still music. And but it's more kind of dancey and so forth. I've done some ambient stuff like drone, just kind of something to listen to headphones if you want to try to meditate or something like that. There are some really, really talented artists out there right now making all kinds of music with just nothing but modular equipment. But to even try to list them, I'm not gonna think of a good name. I don't listen to a lot of that stuff. I should, but I don't know. It's like, you know, there's a lot of books I should be reading too. And I don't know when I'm gonna come to terms with the reality. Hey, that's a good question. I feel like modular invites exploration more than explicit destination of the machine. Fair enough. Yeah. A buddy of mine came up to me recently, and I know what kind of music he likes and what kind of music that he's into. And he says, I want to get some modular stuff. And so my immediate connection from knowing him is that he wants like some crazy, you know, repetition or a mean synth or something. You know, he wants it's either tonal or sound design, or he wants a high level of control, which I guess falls onto the high level control side too, which is, I guess, that. And that's basically it, which is fine, but that puts your modular area in kind of a very specific spot. And I recommended to him, like, oh, you should check out this and this, and I think he ended up getting them. I was supposed to help him with it, but I never did with going there. If you're adequately familiar with a given setup, you can wire it up with something specific in mind. Problem is, most collectors keep adding things to their instruments and moving it around. Very true, very true. Yeah, right, Hayes? Hayes is smart. He wants to continue to eat full meals and enjoy other forms of entertainment out there, and not siphon all the Hayes cash into the music equipment. Cat's already got a considerable amount already dedicated to that. If you were to go modular Hayes, you'd be broken. Like what time is it right now? No, I just blow the money on guitar pedals. Well, no, I'm just saying. If you were to get a modular, I think that'd be the straw that broke the budget's back on getting stuff. I don't know if the truth is, hey, there's so much music that it just makes harder to make. That's very true. I think Iron nailed it with that. At least that's why I get rid of most of it. It's seductive to jam. Sure. Well, I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. What brought me into modular synthesis and made me go, I'm going to start this, was reading Wikipedia and it explaining it that since it is an open architecture and you can have any modules, this gives you the ability to create any sound. And I was there. That's all I wanted. That was why I was into it. And that's still really true, and maybe that draws other people in, but that's all I could think about was like, oh wow, so I can just do whatever I want? I can make whatever sound I want? Okay. But there's a lot in modular that's not, it's more music related, like generating your melodies and your arpeggiations and all of that. That's another aspect that's pretty neat that I've never really experienced on hardware synthesizers and instruments very much, or DAWs, any of that. I don't really see those, and maybe they're probably out now, but 15, 20 years ago, I didn't see anything like that. And so when I started looking up schematics and plans for things, that I was like, well, wait a minute. So if I turn this knob, that shifts the whole key? So I can shift keys with a knob instead of like a button? Okay, that's kind of neat. Now, hold up. What about the notes? And you keep diving in and you can really do some interesting things. And so you start getting into generative patches and generative music. And that aspect is pretty neat. But again, it's probably, if you're hoping to turn it into something that's commercial, I don't know if that's gonna happen. I literally spent like at least a year or so just tuning 2 oscillators together, running them through a filter, no VCA movement or anything like that, and just for an hour or something, just listening to them drone. And kind of tweaking them and doing little changes, and I don't know, just it was a nice meditative way to enjoy music and to enjoy sound designing. And I don't know where else I can do that. So I don't know. I probably over explained everything. I love modular. Yeah, and I mean, there's always VCV racks, so you can always, it's pretty much limited by your CPU, which are way cheaper than modules, so there you go. The semi-modular stuff? Yeah. Hey, I mean, there's nothing wrong with MIDI. I've stopped using it because the integration is kind of clunky and hard to do, but I don't know. It's just a pain in the ass, and I don't feel like it works out very well. But I mean, I loved MIDI when I was using it all the time. It's magnifique. What's up? Wait a minute. Modular worlds, creating totally new instruments in the modular worlds. Experiment with a lot of the filtering and the gates. That's true too. And you know, Iron Imp, that's one thing that attracted me as well when I got into it. Who was it? I can't remember where I heard. It was someone else I saw who said it. Man, who was it? You guys would know. Like, I normally don't say the person's name because I'm like, oh, they won't know who the fuck that is. Well. Anyways, I'm quoting someone else. They said, when I use a modular synth, I feel like a sound scientist, you know, and I really liked that term because I was like, you know, that is what it is, because you're not only, you know, building a synth, but you're also, you know, you're taking out your scope and you're looking at what's happening at the waveform before it hits the filter, after it hits the filter, comparing those two on top of each other, you know, stuff like that. And immediately you do feel like a scientist, you know. I guess you need to write shit down to be a real scientist, but all you need is a notepad. You don't have to do anything with it later. But but you can't really do that in the realm. And I don't know. I'm just old. I've been doing this for a really long time, and I got the bug, and there's no vaccine for it. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't take that vaccine. That gas vaccine, the gear acquisition syndrome. I think that's what the doctor said I had. He's like, Sid, we're gonna have to put you down. Got to play something. Oh yeah, that too. Well, I always try to appeal to my audio engineer buddies who don't have any music synth knowledge, and I tell them like, oh, you should come over and play with the modular. You feel like a sound scientist. I go, have you ever wondered what happens when you do this and do this, and why you hear it like that? We have everything here to illustrate that, and then turn that into a song. I don't know where else you can have that happen. Oh yeah, that's right. I've seen some of that too. One cat used to come in. I haven't seen them in a while. I think it was Pop Rocks. Yeah, they would come in and they would have all these really cool photos of medical equipment. See, now I hear it detuning. I'm gonna fix this. Although I was gonna get rid of it. I wonder. What if I mixed in the sub oscillator? I was going to unpatch this, but now I think I want to expand it, which is fine. You know. What the fuck are we listening to? Oh. God, that's freaking hilarious. Oh, so it's these two oscillators that are off. Wow, that was driving me nuts. Oh well. I'm still gonna go with plan A. Alpha plan. What was plan alpha? I forgot. I was, oh yeah. Plan alpha was to bring in the sub out. See if I can make it loud enough. We'll do pulse. That's not too bad. Let's try the stair step out. Let me check the other one. Oh, this one's louder. Hey, why? No. Oops. Hey, oh, hot tomato. Okay, I'll go with this one. I want to run that through a filter, actually, so stand by for filtering. Filtering. I don't think I need to put it through. Should I put it through dynamic one? I kind of just wanted to get rid of that high end. Let's. Oh wait, it's backwards. Let's just try to do it that way first, and then we can put it through the voice of Saturn. Let me tell you, Saturn. I'm gonna kill this. Alright, I'm gonna double gang it just to give it some more. Alright, let me get rid of this reverb for a second. I don't know if this shit's in tune. No, I don't know! Oh, wait, what's left? Right? Left, right. Left, right. Don't remember anymore. Alright, I gotta bring this guy back in though. I gotta tune it. Sounds really close. Could be faked. We'll never know. Alright, I don't like this reset function I have. See if I can slow it. Oop, nope. Liked it the way it was. Yo. I'm missing out on chat a little bit here. Apologies to check out later. Oh, cool. Food and I had to step away. Yeah, right? I play guitar and Euro RAWK as soon as I get this damn Mantis working. I kind of want to run this output. Oh, so it's not that. Okay, so I could run this through its own filter to make it less lame sounding, because it's a little lame. Oh, I'm just gonna put this here for now and forget all about it later. Oh yeah, this thing loses a bunch of juice. Why did I lose? Oh, I lost. Why did that stop working? Huh. Yeah, the voltage quantizer is just frozen. It's a little weird. Quick troubleshooting. It's really funky. Still got that sweet. I didn't put that backwards, did I? Yeah, disconnected both of them. Huh. Weird. I don't know. I'm not gonna stick around to find out. Oh, Jesus. Wrong cable. So go into here. And, oh yeah, the one I had here. Come out here into... Yeah. I guess I gotta reboot this rack or something. I don't know what happened. I guess I gotta flick these switches. I don't know, that seems stupid. But now I can't shift the... What if I can find it? I don't know that is that awesome. I don't know if it's really much. You know, no, I can't do that, can I? No, let's... Oh my God, why does it keep... I don't know why it plagues me. Yay, ill. Jeez. Are you cereal? Oh, Hayes, I got another beer. Did you want a canned wine, or can it be a beer? I thought I was gonna change that out. I didn't add it recently. I did the frosted glass and everything. Let's see. Oh man. Canned wine. Now you can drink beer if you like. All right. Well, I just poured this beer, and I'd like to enjoy it before that. So. Oh, no. I've been drinking Boddingtons. Well, I had one Boddingtons. This is going to be my second one. I kind of nurse them because, you know, they're easy drinking beers. Doesn't make large or grand gestures, right? I can't be emphatic with my gestures. And I tend to be very emphatic. Isn't that right? Yeah, I'm gesturing, I'm talking, I'm opening, and yet my wine is staying in the can. It's brilliant. Except your teeth are stained red. Your lips and teeth are stained red. This canned wine is studio friendly, right? Kind of. It's a little less elbow prone, right? When you're like, well, let me tell you. All right. Although I did spill my beer, but that was, I don't know what that was. I opened it up. I knew it was going to happen right when I pulled the tab, too. I was like, oh, no. Yeah, it's canned wine. No, Happy New Year's to you guys. All right, we kind of had a jam here, rolling out. I'll tell you what, Hayes. I'll give you back the canned wine. That resets that, so you get your points back, and then we can circle back around. I've only got 3 beers for the night, so. I think I only have one deal of canned wine left. So. Oh yeah, camelbacks with booze, right? I know that. I know that routine. Let me get these drums in nice. I'm a little bit above, pushing everybody above. I'm rich again. Yes. Head out to get drunk and play games on Discord. And Let's go, mate. I'll definitely tune again. Happy New Year. Hey, yeah, thank you so much for chilling out. Yeah, like I said, we'll be back in the lab working on stuff. But I look forward to seeing you. I look forward. It was fun. Good times, always. None of these keys are working. I gotta find these notes again. This is in the different key. Here, let's switch over to Jam Cam. Maybe I should do something that's more sustained. I don't know what. Alright, let's see if we can fit that in. Ah, fuck me. Fucking forgot the notes I was gonna play. I got all... totally forgot it all. What was that? Check it. Yo, Lunaseer with the follow. Thank you so much. what? It just dawned on me. I've been really lazy lately with this setup. I've been sequencing and gating from the beat step. I almost never do that. I just did it, and it just dawned on me. I'm like, oh crap. Why didn't I use all those bajillion gate signals I have? Oh. It'd be cooler if I did. Be a lot cooler if you did. Talent Scouts. I remember I was in Talent Scouts. Scoutmaster Jenkins. He was great. All right, let's do that. Let's get freaky, as they say. Let me switch this camera out real fast. Grab some shorties.
I gotta get my shorties on, man. Gotta put these shorties in. I'm gonna turn this down so I can shout more. All right, we're gonna take care of that gate. That's done, son. I'm gonna put it there just in case that was the worst idea ever. All right, so I'm gonna take it in here. Here you go.
So there's that signal. Let me get a longer one. Oh, I should have grabbed some stackers. All right. Oh, this one unplugged. Okay, that makes more sense. Couldn't figure out. I was like, man, I'm not hearing this. Oh yeah, I can't. Running out of room. I'm gonna have to eventually fix those guys. Or figure out another key. All right. Starting back up. Doesn't sound right. I gotta get this back on time. There we go, that's a little better. What's that? I bought a 36-inch cable. Made an order like 20 more, and then I thought they were 10 inch, but it turned out they were 10 centimeters. Now I have way too many short cables. Oh, yeah. I think I had a similar problem. You'll find a use. I was thinking conservatively. Long cables are good. You are a synth-streaming maniac. Aww. I hope that's good. You're clocking in 5 hours? Well, that's pretty typical. For the streams. Oh yeah, and all you guys that are new here too. So we stream Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and it usually starts at 2 o'clock Pacific time. Well, it doesn't usually. It starts at 2 o'clock Pacific, and then it goes for, I don't know, I try to go 6 hours. I didn't know what we were going to do today, because, you know, it's kind of a weird day. It's last day of Jamtown, and last day of the year, last day of the month. Lots of last, so I was like, I don't know. Wait, what? Man, I'm amazed. Well, that's very nice of you to say, Jump. Yeah, I think I overextend myself, to be honest, when I do these long jam streams, which I'm super glad that you guys don't mind where we take a little break and I just like go, hey, you know what's cool? Laser beams. You ever seen a laser beam before? Well, don't look at it because it'll make you blind. I don't know. I'm usually more cooler. Well, that's a pretty cool dialogue. Better dialogue. Same topics. I'm wrecked after 3. Yeah, I get a little worn out. I'm not gonna lie, Drum. I gotta stand up a lot. I can't. I find I can't do this standing up the whole time. It just kills me. So I you know, I wear the, you know, I got the office chair and everything like that. Wait a second. And but yeah, I'm always amazed at you cats that you music stream cats who are just doing it, you know. It seems like day after day. And I'm just always blown away. I'm like, wow, that's amazing to me. I checked in and you're super consistent. Oh god, right, standing at a modular is death. Yeah, it bothers me. I have like a bar, like a drum throne, and I use that, but then I noticed I would hunch really bad. I have really bad posture, and so I'm trying, my back just can't take that much longer, so I'm trying to stay more Homo erectus. Oh, wait, I just popped my back. That felt good, actually. Here's a good one for everyone as well. What's your favorite dinosaur? I don't know if I have one. And I actually hang out in Paleontologizing, who's a fantastic streamer as well. Their whole stream is about dinosaurs. He's a paleontologist. Smart cat too. Really nice dude. Has like a 3D printer, 3D prints dinosaur bones and stuff. Right. Oh, boo-hoo, I have to say, it's that first world problems meme. I have to stand at my modular till my back starts to hurt. Oh no, did I hit the wrong camera? No. Oh, this thing landed on it. Okay. We're gonna get to the right camera. There we go. I don't know if I gave you guys the, I don't know if you got the meme shot or not. Oh well. It wasn't that amazing, but yeah, right? It's that first world. Okay, cool. I thought so. I saw it kind of out of the corner of my eye, but acting requires you not to look at the monitor, but at the camera. Look at the audience, not the director. Oh, you know, oh yeah, we're only at 4.5 hours. Actually, you know, also too, Drum, the music streams are typically a little bit shorter than the electronic streams. I think it's mostly because I can easily stop, versus the electronic ones, I always have to like get to a stopping point. Sometimes that's for a shorter stream, but usually I go over. Yo, no. Stream freeze. No, brain freeze. There's no Toms in here. This ain't no MySpace. Hey, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to everybody. Everyone that's already got it or getting ready for it. Hey, there we go, Gnome with the dab. I miss MySpace with the Facebook's gotten it. Man, I don't know about that one. I remember MySpace towards the end was like constantly getting DDoSed and was barely ever up, it seemed like. It got trashed. I don't remember if that was after it was purchased. Oops, this cable's got wrapped. Alright, let's get this dab going here. If I don't trip, I'm gonna fix this cable real fast though. It's kind of bugging me on the inside. It's a good little jam. Oh, there is a little tom work in there. Hold on. There we go. I love these fucking toms. It's the most underrated part of the 909. They sound... Here, I'll pump it up a little bit. Oh yeah, they're sweet. All right. The dab, right. Let me take a sip of this elixir. The auto plays. Let's go, mate. Let's go. Oh shit. Keep this going. I wish I could make this game. I think I just need to be longer. That's funny that you bring that up, Drum. I appreciate that you recognize that. Because I don't think I've ever gotten any recognition for it, and I I noticed it. I'm like, but that was my idea from the get-go. It's not like there's no it's not based off of anyone else or anyone else's times or anything like that. It's more of like oh hey, cool, found a something here. It's more off of what I kind of thought would be a good show, a good stream or whatever when I was putting all this stuff together and trying different things. And I may even go down to shorter ones on the weekday or, for the Jamtown, but I mean, I know when I did Synth Fest, it was like a vacation because I only had to play for like I got on like a half hour early, so 2.5 hours, and just basically to get kind of warmed up, and I think that day too, people were having all these crazy network problems, and I was terrified it was going to hit me, so I was like, well, I'll start off with this way. I stream when I feel like it. Oh yeah. I've been doing this for almost or over 8 months. I can't remember if we're at 8 months or not, but I've been trying to keep it just consistent for me. Here's your dab. I don't know how long to hold it up. feel like the smoke accents it. Super awesome beat. Hey, thanks, Control. I'm digging it. Oh shit, I left my phone over there. Let me go grab it. Pardon me. We're listening to the Nava. It's actually just the first rhythm on there, but I forgot that it has so much goodness, like the that floor tom. I think I literally was trying to write some download beats. But they're not there. The hive hits aren't there, so I guess I stopped myself at a copyright strike. We're being like an imaginative doofus. Sounds like it comes out of one side more. Jesus. I'm gonna come back to you. I'm gonna redo the stop one. Don't have a job right now, but I might. And I don't want to set a schedule I can't keep. Understood. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, that's the other nice thing with streaming that's kind of cool for people that is that there's no real rules. You can stream as often as you want. Man, that dab got me. You can stream as often as you want or as little as you want. You know, you can have like, oh, I'm gonna stream at the beginning of the month or every Friday or whatever the fuck. And you're still able to build a community and whatnot. It just, if anything, it just hurts your exposure. But if that's not incredibly important to you, if you're more like, if it's a hobby or something that's just something you want to expand out to, I think that's great, and I think that's always a good option for people. I tell Mrs. Heresy every now and then, I'm like, oh, you should try streaming. And she plays video games. I'm like, just play. Just do it. You know, but you got to figure out why you want to do it. Do you want to meet new players in a game that you really like? Or did you want to I don't know, create a community of people that are into that? You know, is it a, you know, at the end, it always boils down to like, you're going to be hanging out with a bunch of your friends. So and that's always going to be the case with Twitch. Either we're going to play the same video game together or something in that case, and we use Twitch to all hang out in the same spot, or, you know, or it's people that are interested and like to follow your game or whatever. There's all these different aspects that are pretty cool, and that's the thing. There's just no rules. You can do it as much as you want and get what you want out of it. That's probably a better way to actually put it. You get as much as you get out of it as much as you put into Twitch. You know, if you run around and you support Twitch a lot, people are gonna see you and they're gonna recognize, hey, this person's really cool. They chat, you know, they're fun, they're cool, and that reflects back on you in your channel, and gets people interested in you as well. So at least that's what I always notice when I see someone that's really cool in a channel. I always from time to time I'll click on their names, and this is like outside of our stream, you know, like when I'm just watching other streams, and I'll click on someone's name and I'll check them out, and I'd be like, oh cool, you know, a lot of the times it's games which I'm not that interested in, but you know, sometimes they're games that I am interested in. I'm like, oh cool, they play this game or that game. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll check that out, you know, I'll put that in there for a little while. That's awesome, Gnome. I love that. And that's the other thing that's cool is Twitch is very much like this kind of, I don't know, big community. Really awesome community. Ooh, that was a bunch of shitty notes. Sorry guys for all that coughing. It's Gnome's fault. I'm working on a variety of shows, visuals, tutorials. That's cool, yeah. Awesome, mate. Been playing Oxygen Not Included and recently working on Parkosaurus with my wife. That's hilarious. Yeah. That's the fucking same melody I came up with last time. Alright, I can deal with that. Yeah, if you're asking about affiliate status, you should be able to Google it, but yeah, you have to have like a 3-person average, and then within a 40-hour within a month period. It's pretty low, but you have to maintain that free for that time. All right, I want to mix this up. Wait, I had it. It's the minor. All right, I'm into that. We should be good then, no? Plus 50 followers? Yeah, the 50 followers, that's right. It just takes a bit of time, but it's not too difficult, especially if you have OC, honestly. If you have any original content that you're doing, I think it makes you way more visible than if you're doing something that 80 other people are doing or 20 other people are doing. Yeah, but I mean, it'll take you possibly, it'll take you at least a month, maybe 2. Eternal Festival. I really like it with the kick and the tom and the clap. I don't know if I enjoy the snare as much. I feel like I'm drowning it out though. Clap better than snare, right? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was the idea was to have two different rhythms in there, but the same bass beat, you know? Like, go between the two. Maybe never have the two together. Or she'll be like, ah, this one's way better than that one. Shoot this one. It's done. That one. Gosh, that is that. Alright, shake the drums out. background. Yeah, that's totally that. It's gnarly. Not quite sure. So I can't really make it go away. Oops. That was lame. Yeah, there's like that. God, that's. I'm sorry. I just gotta bask in it for a minute. That's gnarly. We gotta find a buddy for this. This is buddy system. Man, I wish I had like a really... This would sound really nice with like a big giant live drum kit. I'm gonna human beatbox it for you. Yeah. Is that on here? I don't think that's on here. Son of a bitch. Alright, let me listen to them kicks. Didn't hear anything. Oh yeah, I muted everybody. Don't like that one. These are like on the wrong beat. Kinda like that one. I don't like that one. I don't know if these. Oh yeah. God damn it! I went back to it, didn't I? Does this one suck too? reverb. I need one. We got it. We got it in the works. We just need pots. I'd love to do that though right now. Like a dance hall beat. With no clap. Interesting. Let's try the snare. I got another synth. I don't know what to do with that though. Oh yeah, we've got that gate tied to it. Alright, we're gonna quit doing that for now. It's just, it's gonna interfere with the jam. I should have worked backwards the other way. Oh yeah, that sounds way in tune. Ah, damn it, jazz note. It's the sharp. Keep getting him in. wrong with the jazz note. Yeah, if I can work it back in. I usually stop dead and go, Jesus, that's awful! Cut my fingers off, destroy my hands, they are poison! Sounds like more to tune now. Maybe that was that too. Are you a keyboard player originally? I wouldn't say so. I'm not very good. I don't know any cool chops. I watch other streamers like the entire robot, for example. That cat has a couple of chops up his sleeves. He's got some great chops. And there's other honorable mentions too, but I mean, I that's one cat I saw recently when I was watching, and I'm like, oh wow, man, that guy's got some nice chops. Those are good chops right there. You're decent? Well, hey, I'm not saying I'm bad or anything. I don't really. I played piano for forever, growing up, but. I find if I don't practice a lot, I get really bad. It's weird. It's just like almost every acoustic instrument ever. Like it's just the same thing. Like if you don't practice and get that muscle memory back, I guess is what you could argue. It takes time to get back in. But I don't know. Choppy chops, right, Bahamut? I can't hold a tune. You sound good. Oh, well, thanks. I'm just hunting and pecking the notes that are in that progression. I don't know what they are. I just gotta figure it out. You know, finding the jazz notes. And then, yeah, and then just kind of going through and trying to pick stuff that sounds good. You know, when you're jamming in a performance, maybe you get something that's almost there, and you know, like, oh, I meant to go one step up. You can come back around and make it look like, oh yeah, I totally meant to. Like, here, let me put this. I know. That's probably a dumb example, but it works. Wait, what's up? You can hold a tuna, but you can hold a fish? Usually no. Yeah, fish are tricky. Yeah, well, no, that's why I say it's true with every acoustic instrument that I've ran across. Guitar is one of them as well. So, I mean, electric guitar is included because it's still being generated from strings. It's still exactly the same principle. Although you can argue that you got to get some a little bit of tougher stuff when you're doing acoustic. Not to go off tangent, but I actually told someone a while back, they were asking about, you know, oh, my kid wants to get a guitar, and they were like, but they want an electric guitar, and I think they should get an acoustic guitar. And I told them the opposite. I was like, no, you should get an electric guitar because, one, they're way more fun to play when you're a teenager, period. If they're into guitar, they probably want to put it through distortion and have a good time. Acoustics don't do that, but cool thing about electric guitars, you can put them on clean, and now they're almost like an acoustic, and the strings are half as gnarly on your fingers when you're getting started. So it's like win-win-win. So later you can get them a good acoustic, and they'll get something nice. And that's the other thing too. You don't want a piece of shit acoustic. You want something good. You know, I don't have any acoustic guitars because I just can't afford what I would like to have, or can't justify spending it. And I had a junk acoustic when I was a kid, so I deserve something good. Probably one that with flames painted on the side, I think would be good. Is that my microphone, or is that like the music? I hear like this weird squealing noise, but I think it... I still love hearing that. What are we... I'm sorry, I lost track here. I was thinking about... They can play a couple of fish tunes? There you go. Can tuna fish. I have a can that says otherwise. Ooh.
Can of tuna? Yeah. A tuna fish. Guys, that's making me hungry. Come on. Let's not do that. I'm watching my weight. Trying to get into my summer swimsuit for the summer. Can't be waiting too long. I've gotten to the Thanksgiving and the the Christmas times and the Christmas dinners. Thankfully, no one eats a lot on New Year's, so I'll be okay.
Yo, 600 kilowatts. That better be what that stands for. Welcome to the channel. We are chilling out. We're doing some jamming. If you're just new here, we're mostly an electronics stream. We do builds like DIYs and stuff. You can check out some of the VODs to kind of get an idea. But we mostly focus on like audio equipment and stuff like that. And as such, the last week of the month, we try to play them, test them out, give them a thorough reassurance that they're working properly. We can't be too careful. And believe it or not, we actually found a bunch of stuff. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. But yeah, so the last week we got to hang out here in the studio, play with some of the stuff, make some jams, test everything. And this month has been kind of tricky. We didn't get a lot of stuff, so we really didn't get a lot of new stuff to play with. But we did get this. Like the last week, I believe, we worked on repairing this Korg Radias, and it didn't need anything done. It just needed a setting changed on it. It was kind of comical, but we kind of messed around with that, and I haven't had other than that, I have a Novation Supernova, which is this blue guy here. Other than that, that's really the only digital synthesizer that I have. And that one sounds fine against this stuff. It's good. But I wanted to check out this other one, and it's all right. I don't think I'd buy one if someone wanted to sell it to me. It's even if it was like for a really steal, because it's so big, and it's not that much bang. Do you like modular? Very good question. Yeah, well, you know what? I'll tell you what. Gun against my head, back against the wall, knee against my groin. Yeah, probably. Probably. Here, I'll give you a quick tour here. We'll switch over to chair cam. Sound effects coming soon. Oh, take. So here's the synth I was talking about. This is a Korg Radias. It's a digital synth that we did a little bit of work on. And then here's the sequencer. We're just gonna start with the least interesting part. This is my cell phone. Anyways, we'll go up here and we have a TKB. It's a really interesting sequencer from this company Surge. These are some of the modules that we built on the stream back in November, and we did a little bit of repair work on this one. This one's working good now. And then this is RAWK. This is about the besides these units that I pointed out. This is the other RAWK stuff I have. Everything above is called rack, but they're potato. They all work about the same way. They just have different mounting and so forth. We have a bunch of different modules. This is a unit is portable, so I take this out for jams. This guy's here. These are all DIY. We build this, like I said, on the channel. These are stuff that I've built over the years prior to streaming. But yeah, it's a modular synth. I've got two match pair oscillators at the top. We've got a cloud generator, and then we've got a mini wave. We're actually listening to that right now. There's a little bit of reverb coloring it, but we're just listening to that. The output of some of those oscillators running through a couple of different filters, and it just made this nasty. It sounds like Einstürzen Neunbaden or something. Hey, LFO Orlando. Let's go. I feel like I screwed that up. Welcome to the channel, nonetheless. Thank you for the follow. But yeah. And this stuff over here is, like I said, this is Supernova. This is an Akai S5000. These are two things. We actually worked on those. The top one was broken. So now we have two Paya Fatmans, but they're not in tune. So I want to take them back and do a more thorough job tuning. And then a Mo effects, which is what our Nava is going through. Oh yeah, we didn't really point out the Nava. The Nava is actually the first thing we built on the stream. It's a 1-to-1 clone of the Roland TR-909. Really popular drum machine. It's pretty much in every piece of dance music out there in one way or another. And it's a really fun drum machine too. And having it 1-to-1 size, or full size, I should say, is really nice. And then we've got that goes straight into the Mo effects, which is an effects unit that's good as an insert. And then everything's interfaced to the patch bay. There's a record. This is a vocoder. I guess that's basically it. That's kind of the full-on tour. I don't think I've done one today, so it feels good. Oh, it's LFO Orlando. Welcome. Hey, thank you very much. The S5000 is a workhorse. It really, really is. It's a beast. It's one of the few samplers I've ever heard that sounds as good. And I know that's very subjective, but mate, it sounds really, really good. Case in point, my buddy and I, so in this old band I was in, we had a lot of samplers. Like, I still have a lot. There's this, and then I have a couple of emus, and I've given a lot to my bandmate, and he keeps a lot around. but we loved samplers, especially back then, after, you know, like 2000 and on. And they were really cheap to get used back then too, so it was kind of a no-brainer. And he wrote most of his album and all his drums on the Sonic ASR-X, which is the ASR-10 was supposed to be basically, but it had a little bit less DSP, and it was a tabletop unit instead of a full-on keyboard. And we used that, and we always had, there was all these problems around the unit that kind of sucked. Like the sequencer, if you had to change effects, it would actually chug through and have this lag. So we got around that by sequencing everything from a DAW, from Logic in that case, and it sounded fantastic. We could hear how much better it sounded, like much sharper, and it was industrial kind of dance music. So it, you know, it was needed to be very hard, and it needed to be consistent with those kicks. And so we just, that was our workaround. And we noticed like how awesome the Akai was. And so like as an experiment, we took one of the beats that we had, sampled from the ASR-X, because we didn't have any original copies. Everything was produced on that unit, because it has a lot of resampling functions and they like to use that. So we would sample out of the ASR-X into the Akai S5000, each sample hit. Cut up the beginning, you know, leave whatever tail we had to on the end, but trim off, you know, any fat. We laid it out in the same way that the other keyboard was. We had our sequence, we hit play, and we nearly cried. It sounded incredible. And the amount of work that it took to get it, we were just, that's what brought the tears. It's like, oh my God, that is so worth the work. Oh, I don't want to do, not it. Because it sounded incredible. So it's the only thing that really holds up against this. Like I can put a drum loop in here and it comes out so hot, so nice. And oh yeah, I bought the extra 8 outs for it. I have 16 outputs. I don't know why I did that. I just did. I don't have the effects card, but I'm not a big fan of onboard effects, personally. Oh shit, Yossi, did you ever hear the title screen of the Mule on the C64? I don't think so. What you be talking about, Willis? What you be talking about, Muhammad? Yeah, it just, I haven't done it in a long time. I used to record jams and music into this. The DAs and the ADs are the digital analog converters, and the analog to digital converters in this are fucking amazing. They're basically twice the clock rate that they ever needed to be. Like the ICs that are in there for the digital analog conversion on the extra 8 outs, I went and looked them up, and they're basically spec'd for 96K. And but this thing doesn't do that. It'll only go up to 48 because that's Akai standard too, and it's, you know, they wanted it to be compatible, but those chips are 96. The crystal in there is top fucking notch. Everything's just fantastic. It's really well built for high audio quality. And what was it? I'm trying to remember. Okay, so you guys might know I'm an audio engineer, and you know, when I first started out, I did a lot of band load-ins and stuff, and there's a lot of casinos here, and so I did a lot of casino band load-ins, and which is really cool. It's amazing. You get a free ticket to the show basically too if you want to. One of the bands that I remember was Yes. You know, kind of famous, I guess. You know, had some song, Owner of the Lonely Hearts, I think. I think it was one of their tunes. Yeah, it was kind of a big hit. And anyways, Wakeman, I'm forgetting his first name, the keyboardist, basically, we had to, so we're loading in, and I am as curious as you can get. I'm trying to play it cool, though, you know? I'm trying to be like, yeah, you know, whatever, man, let's do our job. Let's get these guitar amps put into place, and, yeah, I see you so fresh. I was a little fresh-faced kid. I didn't even have the goatee. I didn't have any facial hair. I am in the Southwest. I'm in Arizona, in fact. But so yes, we set up their rig, and we set up the keyboards, and there's a few. I've said this many times. I need to find the photo I have of the setup. But there's so he's got two controllers, these really nice keyboard controllers, and his rig is now just this like, I guess you would say like maybe a 20 space rack on these really big casters, really heavy duty rack. And it's got, he just has his Mac sitting on top, and there's like a MIDI interface and shit like that he plugs into, but he just goes into this Mac, and that's it. So he has like a couple, like I remember a Virus, I think was one of them, I want to say, and he had like some other really cool synth, but he had two controllers, and that went to the Macintosh, and his backup was two of these. So both of these basically replicated the Mac. And so if they failed, his tech came out, hit the MIDI switch on the router, and popped him over to this, and he would, he'd miss like a couple of bars or something, but it should take right over. And I was like, my heart skipped a beat when I was like, oh, you know that these are great too. And keep in mind, the Mac, there was the audio face. There was an audio interface for the Mac, and it was like a really, really nice interface. So basically, it was almost a one-to-one as far as output quality. But, and basically he just used the computer, I guess, those were the backups. I couldn't quite understand why you wouldn't maybe have two Macs, but, what if the audio interface ate it, and it was maybe cheaper to rent a couple of Akai S5000s for a tour? Or maybe he owns them too. I mean, there's not a doubt on that. I saw recently that he was selling a bunch of their stuff. Close enough to lost wages? Ah, yeah, Vegas. I've worked in Vegas quite a bit too. As an audio engineer, there's a lot of ballrooms in Vegas. I try to stay away from there. I tried not to take gigs there. I think I've only worked there like maybe 3 or 4 times. The last time was dope though, because they put us up in this really nice hotel, and the crew and the company I was working for negotiated a group room, and it was a room at the end of the hall, and we just played video games in there all the time and got, frosty. It was amazing. It was that was a good one. But that's about the only time I've had a good time in Vegas. I used to long time ago, I used to gamble professionally, and I would go to Vegas a lot, like at least 2 to 4 times a year. And I got really burnt out on it, is the TLDR of or the shortened version of that whole experience. But man, I used to go there so much, and it's a weird town. I just heard that they're closing it down from like Tuesday to Thursday or Monday to Thursday, something like that. The Akais are heavy as well, and though, I needed a large rack to fit them in. Yeah, I had to move this thing down before the stream. And oh my god, I had to summon the strength of Thor to hold it up because it was up 2 bars, and I moved this down, and then I would move this down afterwards. But you have the screws, and you're using your body to, and this isn't nearly as deep, and it tilts from the back. So you're like, okay, I'll just hold this weight with my arm as I screw this. Oh damn it. I hate lying. No. Okay, we got one out. Now the other. Oh, I didn't think this through, did I? How am I gonna reach? Oh, shit. Okay, I'm gonna snake this one in and change the screwdriver in my hand. Here you go, other hand. Okay, all right. Oh, good. That feels so much better. It was. I wasn't crying really hard. It was a mild hard. It was a good hard, though. It was a good cry. I felt better. Oh, mates. Oh, I lost it. I lived in a silver state for the most of my life, and have moved out to corn country. What's corn country? Idaho? No, wait, that's potatoes. Indiana? I'm originally from Oklahoma, so it's all kind of corny to me. Oh my god, that's so dumb. Texas. Oh. Well, I guess that's corny. Oh, yeah, is it Texas, I mean? Steers. No. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna go down that road. Oh, man. No. Nah. Nebraska? Oh my gosh. Iowa. Oh. Yeah, that's right. Iowa and corn. That's right. Oh, I should have known that. I lost my Midwest street cred. They're gonna string me up. The road to prediction. The road to prediction? Wait, what? I was gonna stream tonight, but I think I need a break. Yeah, that's a really big point. I've been trying to schedule a little break for myself. Just because I don't know. I've been doing this since May. And I haven't really stopped at all. But we're doing so great. We're growing. I'm having a lot of fun. So it's kind of hard to find that moment to. I'll definitely find some time in 2021 before May of 2021. But what's up? Sure, Cube Libre por Mayona. Roman Coke. Oh, Cuba Libre. Oh, I didn't read that. Got smashed. Sí. Lo sí. Oh, I wish I knew Spanish. Que bata. Ah. Muy buen, muy buen. Stop still Brooklyn. No, stop still Brooklyn, right? Here, I'm gonna be right back. Quebrada is my country, Spain. Oh, hey, let's learn something new. Or Chubata. Puerto Rico, ho! We got Puerto Rico up in here? Let's go. Or are we just, is that an answer to a question? Viva. Cubata, not Chewbacca. Chewbacca. I didn't say Chewbacca, I just said, I was pronouncing the C with the ch, which is very common sometimes, but not in English. So I was trying to seem cultured. I don't think I did. In Italian, but not Spanish. Yeah, you're right. I guess so. I guess Italian. Well, I don't. To be fair, I don't know any Spanish. I know very little, and I live in Arizona, which we're very close to the country of Mexico, and we have a lot of people living in here from Mexico and Central and South America, and I keep thinking I should really try to learn Spanish. I tried to learn German since I was a teenager, and it's so hard to practice, and I have so many friends here that are native Spanish speakers who are nice and good friends of mine and whatnot, who would be able to help me, like, oh no, Sid, it's pronounced this way, you know. Just got to apply myself. We were just talking about MF Doom. RIP. What? Did something happen to MF Doom? How the hell did that happen? He's not that old. He's probably not even in his 50s. That's too bad. That sucks. That's way too young. I hope, oh, I hope it's, I don't know. I guess there's no good way to die unless you're a Klingon and it's in battle. That's too bad. That's really sad. I was, yeah, we were talking about MF Doom. He's kind of my go-to for people that have a low opinion of hip hop's content. I'm like, oh, you should check out MF Doom. Who's my other go-to? One of my favorites. Hope he's still alive. He's a young kid too. Oh my god. Oh shit. I'm forgetting his name now. I know how to find it. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, Aesop Rock. That's the other one. I love MF Doom and Aesop, and as good examples to people. That's too bad he passed. That's really unfortunate. I don't know Slug. I know that name, Atmosphere, but I haven't. I don't think I've heard anything. I'm not like. I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of hip hop. It's just because there's a lot of it, and it's hard for me to digest the people that are doing something, I guess, original or something that I like. I shared this info 2 months late. Oh. I'd like Atmosphere. Okay, that's probably how I know of it is from Aesop. I can't get over that timing. What do you mean? What timing? Of losing MF? I'm just really kind of bummed about it. I won't tell you. That's not super at all. Oh, he died on Halloween. Oh, I didn't realize that. Jesus, yeah, that is a little late. Whatever. He didn't die of COVID, did he? Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. That would just be like another kick in the teeth. Like, oh, come on! Guy famous for wearing a mask. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about it like that. Well, I sincerely hope that it's not anything too terrible, or you know, like getting hit by a bus, or you know, I don't know. There's really no good way to go, right? But it still sucks. Oh, I didn't know about that. His 14-year-old son died 3 years ago? Jesus, that's tragic. Oh, man. What a poor guy. Man, I keep seeing that where, like, really awful things happen to good people. You know, I don't know if that's necessarily MF Doom is a good person per se, but I'm going to kind of go out there on a limb that he's probably a fairly stand-up dude. Definitely his kid's got to be all right. Ah, that's too sad. Official caught it. His wife just announced it as an Instagram today. I suspect he may have taken his own life. Ooh. Pretty sure he was a good... Yeah, I'm not... Yeah, I would just assume. He strikes me as much from his music and how he, you know, does his interviews and how he just carries himself. He strikes me as a solid dude. So, yeah, that's too bad. Well, you know, I mean, it sucks because tragedy, you know, follows people sometimes. And, you know, I'm sure the family is, hopefully the family's there for everybody. That's so sad. I didn't know about his son too. Gosh. Man. There's been a lot of bummers this year, for sure. No, you're fine. You're fine. No, I didn't know about it. That's good to know. Well, I'll try to swing us around out of this this gloominess, but no, that's too bad. There's been a lot of I don't know. It's just been a kind of, you know, everyone's like, so long, 2020, blah blah blah, and I'm with you there. But I think you know, all things are transitionary. You know, things will suck for this period of time. I remember when I was a teenager, and it seemed like just life would not stop sucking. Like shitty things would not stop happening to me. And then I remember my 20s, and it was like this exact same thing, you know, just on and on. And then we got to my 30s, and it just kept, no. I'm kidding. But you know what I mean, you know, just things suck. It's, if you pay too much attention to the bad things, they kind of become the only thing you look at. So you always got to keep your eye out for the positive things. You know, we've lost a lot of people, but we've gained a lot of too. I've got family, I've got friends that have little versions of themselves out there now. So, you know, there's a little bit of give, a little bit of take. But I always rationalize that, you know, oh, you know, if we lose people, that means we've gained some people. You know, I don't know what order it works out. I'm not that cosmically affiliated, but I always think that's, you know, that's kind of how the yin and yang of everything works. And at least, you know, even if I'm wrong, it's still a pleasing thought, you know. And it's always it's a positive thing too, I think, to look forward to the future, not to trouble yourself too much in the past, just learn from it, grow from it. But this should be like common knowledge to everybody. I feel like I'm like reading a fucking poster at a hospital waiting room. Here, to Brian Eno 2.0. What's that? I want Brian Eno. Man, I saw a picture of him when he was all like, when he had hair. He had like really long hair. Oh my God, that man was handsome. The man was a handsome man. Brian Eno, cheers to you. He looks fine now. I'm not trying to be. I'm just saying he looked really good with long hair. Oh my goodness. Buddha says life is suffering. We can do our best to alleviate the suffering of others, but it's always going to be there. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I agree with that teaching of the Buddha. I do. But I think in a more positive view is that kind of going from Viktor Frankl, who's a psychologist, famous psychologist, by the way. Going from some of his stuff, I find, you know, his with logotherapy and the stuff that he learned and stuff that he talks about, you can have an existence of just being you, or you can have an existence where you're others, or you can have a balance of the two. Some people go one way, some people go the other way, and when you're put into really tough situations, say a tragic loss, people tend to go one way or the other. You would notice that. And so I don't know where I'm exactly going with this, but I will say that you need to stay positive, because as much as it'll rain, or you'll step in dog shit on your way to work, and your shirt, your pants rip, and all these, just these dumb things that happen to you, and you're like, what the heck? You have to remember that it's just shit that happens, It's it comes, it goes. Within time, you'll catch every green light, You'll I don't know. You'll go into work and you won't step in dog shit, and the boss goes, we're gonna give Johnson a promotion. They're doing great. And whatever. Just things come and go, and if you focus on the negative too much, it just seems like that's your whole reality. But if you try to stay focused on the positive things and try to spread positivity, I know it sounds corny, but seriously, just like if you see someone you can help out, some lady that needs to cross the street, an elderly person, I should say, that needs help across the street, or whatever, maybe give your parking spot, or give someone a space when they're moving through the, whatever. That kind of positivity will, that energy goes out there, and even if it doesn't come back to you, at least you're not focused on how bad things are. You're more focused on how good things can get, I guess. Ting! I need a ting on my teeth. Oh, all right, guys. I've probably rattled on too long. I do appreciate everyone hanging out today. Today was awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Today was the last day that we did the we're gonna be doing here. So if you had a patch, you're gonna have to save it up for next month when we come back here. We'll be back here at the last week of January, whatever the hell that is. But we'll be back in the lab. We've got 2 new modules we were supposed to work on last month. It's going to be the 2 micro braids. I've wanted a braids forever. That's Mutable Instruments braids, and we have 2, and they don't take up that much space, which is even doper. So we got panel and the board. I don't think I got on anything else. I haven't done the research on flashing it or anything like that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm still looking forward to a boatload of surface mount soldering, because I love that so much. I have 3, never handled the micro. So you got 3. So I bought 2. I'm a big fan of buying 2, especially when it comes to an oscillator, because the cross modulation and all that. And with the intention of maybe getting 3 or 4. I like going in even numbers just because you always want that even number. Yeah, I thought the micros would be fun. We can check out, see how difficult they are to put together and build. And if so, maybe yeah. If you like yours enough, you could totally expand your inventory. I wouldn't mind actually having they're kind of pricey, so I don't know. Braids are powerful as far as what's under the hood, but the volume lacks a bit. Interesting. Okay, good to know. Well, I have the Shruti, and it's, from what I can tell, the Shruti, the oscillator in the Shruti and the oscillator engine of the Braids have a lot in common. The Braids is far more advanced. It has a lot more shit, but they're very similar. They have a lot in common, and I absolutely love the Shruti's engine. And the idea that I could run that through, you know, whatever the hell I want is very attractive. Yes. Anyways. Oh, I'm being silly, guys. Well, I'm gonna go hang out with Mrs. Heresy for a bit. It's just approaching Modular quality for sure. Modular's the best. They're one of my favorite companies, hands down. For modular, for synth, for DIY, for open source, they're the flagship company for how to do this and still work in a capitalism scenario. They ain't having no problems with money. They're doing great. So yeah, I agree totally. But yeah, and anyways, guys, I really appreciate everyone hanging out, all the bits, all the subs. I think we got some, whatever. The new follows for sure, absolutely. I know we got several new follows. Thanks so much, guys, for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Happy New Year to you guys. I can't wait to see you guys next year. 2021 is gonna be fun. I've got a lot planned for us. I've got some big stuff. For reals, guys. It's gonna be great. I can't wait to spend it with you guys. Yeah. If I repeat myself one more time, I'm gonna feel like an idiot. So let's raid. Let me make sure he's still there. Yeah. Let's raid Synth Lab. I don't know if you guys have. It's been a little bit since we've raided, I think, Synth Lab. I always like being able to raid music streamers. I usually try to raid builds and hands-on and science tech streamers, but this week I'm like, no, we're doing music. We're hitting up music. You guys came to listen to jams. Let's hit some jams and quit listening to my. So have a wonderful evening. Hey, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, I'm gonna hit the rod button to get the rod started. And you guys take care. Happy New Year. Happy 2021 for you. Take it easy, and I look forward to seeing you guys soon.